So welcome to Chenrezig Institute. It's a beautiful winter day for another start of a 24-hour prayerathon as requested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to hopefully help reduce the effects of the pandemic. So begin by generating a positive motivation for doing Thangtong Gyalpo's practice, liberating Sakya from disease. So these days, it seems quite easy to generate a mind of compassion every time you see the news and hear what's happening in countries like India and Nepal. And now, of course, we've had a fresh outbreak of COVID and the quickly spreading strain of COVID in Victoria. So just bring to mind all the millions of people suffering around the world, those who have contracted COVID-19, those who are helping take care of people with COVID-19, and those who are otherwise affected by COVID-19. Think of all the people who are dying, all the people who are grieving for those they've lost. Generate a strong mind of compassion. A sincere wish for others to be free of suffering and the causes of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions. And also generate a strong mind of loving kindness, this wish for others to have happiness and the causes of happiness. So when we think of relieving others of suffering with the mind of compassion, then think about the three levels of suffering, not just the suffering of suffering, the obvious mental and physical problems that people experience, but think of that more subtle level of suffering, the suffering of change, those pleasures that we think are going to bring us happiness, but actually just bring us more suffering. And then the underlying subtle suffering, pervasive compounding suffering, the suffering of having a body and mind constituted as it is. And then when you think of, in terms of loving kindness, of bringing happiness to others, well, it's good to think about bringing others temporary, immediate happiness of being free of disease, particularly COVID-19, being free of hunger and thirst, being free of mental problems. It's more important to wish them to have the happiness that is free of suffering altogether, the ultimate happiness of liberation from samsara, and ideally the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So just think that we're going to do this practice to relieve all living beings, every single living being in the 6 realms, of all their suffering and its causes, and to bring them every happiness, but particularly the happiness of full enlightenment. So we begin with reciting Thangtong Gyalpo's special refuge prayer 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we do some recitations of a Manipamihung, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So for the visualization, if you have the appropriate initiation, then you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, whether 2-arm, 4-arm, or 1,000-arm aspect. Otherwise, you can visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. So during the mantra recitation, initially, we'll bring to mind as vividly as possible all the people around the world, millions of people who've contracted COVID-19, thinking particularly of the elderly and aged care facilities, thinking especially at the moment of all the millions of people in India, and those in Nepal who've contracted COVID-19. Bring to mind also those who are still recovering from COVID-19, because we now know there's what's called a long COVID, which means similar to chronic fatigue syndrome, that there's a post-viral illness that affects many organs and can last for a long time. So with a mind of compassion, with a strong wish to liberate all those millions of people from all their suffering and the causes of their sufferings, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, you send out healing white light rays, myriads of them, with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. It goes to the crown of each of those beings with COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, especially those they're experiencing because of COVID-19. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So we'll just recite a couple of rounds of Om Mani Padme Hum as we do this visualization over and over. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, at the level of your visualization. You've sent out healing white light rays to every single being affected by COVID-19, that you've pacified their problems, more importantly, the cause of their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transformed them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So next, bring vivid to mind all the millions of frontline workers all around the world who, with compassion and dedication, perseverance, are caring for those who've contracted COVID-19, whether in hospitals or at home. So think of their kindness in exposing themselves to the danger of contracting the virus, the anxieties they're experiencing about taking the virus home to their families, the exhaustion they're feeling, because now it's been well over a year that many of these frontline workers have been caring for people with COVID-19, day after day, watching people get very sick and die. So with an appreciation for their compassion, for their generosity, for their dedication, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Go to the crown of each of those frontline workers. And here, not just thinking of those in hospitals, who are working in hospitals, but those who are also taking care of people with COVID-19 at home. Healing white light rays descend from that Chenrezig on the crown, pacifying all their physical and mental hardships, and purifying them, more importantly, of the cause of all their mental and physical hardships, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Let's do this visualization. Let's recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of your visualization, you've sent out healing light rays to all those frontline workers, purified them of their hardships, sufferings, cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind all the millions and millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. Just this morning, we did special prayers and puja here with the sons and daughter of a man in Nepal living close to Kopan Monastery who died of COVID-19. So bring to mind all those millions of people who've lost someone, all the grief and feelings of loss that they have. And the thought to relieve them of that suffering from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing light rays. The tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip goes to the crown of each of those grieving beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their grief and all their other problems, and more importantly, the cause of their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, the level of your visualization. You've pacified grief of so many millions of people around the world. More importantly, the cause of their grief, their negative karma and delusions, and transformed them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind what must now be billions of people around the world who are experiencing hardships because of COVID-19, not necessarily because they've contracted it or know anyone who's contracted it, but because of the problems they're experiencing because of lockdowns, the kind of increased social isolation, the increased anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and domestic violence that are occurring because of the economic hardships and the social hardships that are being experienced by many families at the moment. For example, you can think that with the recent outbreak in Victoria, so many people running businesses who thought they were finally over the hump in terms of the economic hardships they were experiencing, now having to face lockdowns again, having to put off employees, having to scramble to try to make enough money to pay rents. There's so much hardship being experienced all around the world as a consequence of this pandemic. So with a strong thought of compassion, wishing to relieve all those billions of people the sufferings they're experiencing. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays. The tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip goes to the crown of each and every one of those suffering beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their suffering. More importantly, the cause of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and bringing them every happiness, but especially the ultimate happiness of enlightenment in the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just bring these people to mind and do this visualization as you recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now bring to mind, as vividly as you can, all the suffering beings of the 6 realms. While we're most familiar with the sufferings of animals and humans, the sufferings we can see, also bring to mind what you've heard in teachings about the particular sufferings of the other realms. And thinking not just about this universe, about the many universes where sentient beings are suffering. So bringing to mind the particular sufferings of each realm and the general sufferings of samsara. With a strong thought of compassion from your heart, send out healing light, white light rays with a tiny Chenrezig on the crown, goes on the tip that goes to the crown of each of those suffering beings in the 6 realms. White light rays descend, pacifying all their particular and general sufferings. More importantly, the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Let's do this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of your visualization, you've sent out healing light rays from your heart to all the suffering sentient beings in all the 6 realms, pacified their suffering, more importantly, the cause of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transformed each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we'll recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo that liberated Sakya Monastery from epidemic disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just to conclude with some dedication verses from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Shantideva. So just think that any positive energy we've created by doing this practice is dedicated to these particular results. So the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline. May all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from Bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, particularly COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then, may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much. And who's next? Jyoti.
That'll be me. Hi. Hi there. So zooming in from Sydney at Vajrayana Institute. I tried to get back to CI last night and I had got turned around. So back in Sydney.
Oh, really? You got turned around?
Yes.
What, at the airport?
Yes. Well, it was either that or hotel quarantine. So,
ooh,
yeah. So,
yeah.
yeah. So here I am in Sydney for another week or however long.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All the best.
So that's the way of the world these days, isn't it? And thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
So I was, of course, hearing the other day about the COVID cases. I think 3 million deaths in the world, and of course we know the situation in India currently. And thinking that, at this time of Vesak celebration, Sakadawa celebrations that we had this week, how wonderful that the Buddha, sort of gave teachings in the world at a time when it was desperately needed in the world. And here we find ourselves again in those desperate situations. And I find it fascinating. I was intending, I had planned to be in Gold Coast this afternoon in Queensland, giving a talk for the Gold Coast Buddhist Association and for their Vesak celebration. And both them and our up the road local Nambour Centre, both are having forums on the theme of spirituality and how that promotes social and emotional well-being. And I think that's a conversation we're going to be having more and more this, at this time, as we see the increasing not only deaths and cases of COVID, but the effects of quarantine, of lockdown. I just saw this at the airport last night where one guy just got totally angry with the police and so forth, and just people in fear. And of course, this is where the Buddha's teachings really give us this rich practices to pacify our own minds and pacify the minds of all beings. And thanks to Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche giving us this practice to do at this very difficult time in the world. I was listening to one of the researchers or one of the medical experts, and she was saying this morning, there'll be more pandemics. This is just the beginning, or maybe it's not the beginning, but in terms of there have been other pandemics, but there will be more as we experience more global warming and so forth in the world. So we can hold in our mind and our hearts all the beings in the world, particularly the human beings in the world who are suffering right now in any way in relation to COVID, whether they're ill, whether they're the medics, whether they're police trying to pacify people who are angry, whether they're, the airlines people, whether they're the border guards, whether they're families and friends isolated and grieving and so forth. We can see how the past, about 18 months now, isn't it, of our world having completely changed in the way we go about our life. And even though slight inconvenience of, us, strict borders coming and going in Australia, we can think be very grateful. I think, how relatively safe we are compared to other places in the world, and our hearts and minds go out. I was talking to, just wear the robes, and so people come up to you, a Nepali guy who's family in Kathmandu, or got COVID and now recovered, and another woman, her grandfather in Boda passed away, and so forth. So yeah, we know it's a reality in the world, and for us, monks and nuns of IMI, contributing in our way the best possible way to engaging in this practice and contributing in whatever way we can through our collective energy, and everybody on YouTube and Zooming in, to the pacification of this most vicious pandemic, and all the manifestations and variants and so forth. May they be completely pacified. And we can say that individually we may not have the power to do that, but together, following in the footsteps, following the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, following Dalai Lama Khandrila, and following with the prayer of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who was able, when others couldn't at that time in Tibet, pacify the pandemic. So holding all beings on every atom of space around us as we offer our prayers for the world. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So thinking what it means, the Guru Buddha. We are just celebrating the birth, enlightenment, and passing into parinirvana of Shakyamuni Buddha. And on Wednesday, we all did our Sakyadawa pujas in the same time, and other traditions doing their pujas, exactly the same day, and doing all the practices and so forth. And then, of course, we had the great fortune here in Sydney to then go out into the square and see the eclipse quite clearly in the sky. And Geshe Samton joined us and talking about how when the eclipse comes, and sometimes people feel that, that's when the breath can become completely even in both nostrils. The rest of the time it's not, apart from, tantric practices where it enters the central channel. But, for those of us, just rely on the external element. There's a point of stillness there, when that lunar eclipse, this is why they, and the Buddha was born at a time of a lunar eclipse. So thinking inseparable from of the, sort of this moon, of the, sort of full moon of the 4th month. So then just thinking our own guru inseparable from that, quote, totally inseparable. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche in many teachings recently, we hear Rinpoche go, Lama Kien, Lama Kien, Lama Kien, Guru think of me, Guru think of me, Guru think of me. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. So I was hoping to be able to zoom in from the beautiful Gompa here at Vajrayana Institute, but as that phrase is in these days, out of an abundance of caution, not going into the Gompa in case, I'm getting a COVID test this afternoon. But anyway, I've been in Victoria. I haven't been anywhere near any of the sites where people got COVID, but you just have to follow the rules. Nonetheless, we can visualize the Guru inseparable from the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, from the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis, and going for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya, our own wisdom mind, our own truth. Having completely the potential to become a Buddha, our own Buddha nature, Tathagata, resting in that infinite space of potentiality, Dhammakaya, ultimately. In that vast infinite space, the space-like refuge of Thangtong Gyalpo, then we can recite out of infinite compassion the mantra of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. So I was hoping to get back and visit that, excuse me, dear woman, Linda Evans, who was, when I was in hospital earlier this year, was in the next room to me, in and out of hospital. And of course, now she's back in hospital, and her karma for this life is running out next week or so. And so I've been FaceTiming and was hoping to visit, but I'm holding her in my heart. I sort of taught her this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. She was interested. She came up to Chenrezig and had lunch and especially and so forth. So holding her, and of course all others in my heart. And visualizing above her crown, I will, and above the crown of yourself and all other sentient beings, the infinite altruistic compassion embodied in the form of Arya Chenrezig, of the Buddha, of Tara, whichever one you're familiar with, or of any being, of any faith or none, who embodies this pure altruistic compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 On the embodiment of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown in the nature of life and above the crown of all those others around you sit on every atom of space, particularly those we have a particular connection with, particularly the human beings of this world at this time. So this embodiment dissolves into pure, radiant, blissful light and just melts down like snowflakes, softening down, cooling, refreshing, pacifying the anxieties, the fears, the depressions, the grief, all the emotional disturbances caused by this pandemic and by whatever other affliction-caused diseases there are in the world, descending through their crown, through yours, through all the beings, and coming to sit at the heart, this precious jewel of compassion, the Mani jewel of compassion, just like at the heart of Chenrezig, that beautiful statue there up at Chenrezig Institute, and in Amitabha Buddhist Center and all other Buddhist centers, and in our practice. And connecting our heart, this precious jewel of compassion, which we can't help but be hardwired, as Charles Darwin says, for infinite compassion. Now, being brought up Catholic, the bleeding heart of Jesus. I never got the blood factor, but now I get it. It's the compassion for all beings, can't bear the suffering, connecting heart to heart. And holding that as the precious jewel of compassion in our hearts, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, most needed in the world today, that connects us heart to all others. As I've been talking with my friend who's coming to the end of this life, Linda, and her daughter Amalia, and she's talking about how she's reconciled with her sister, and that the importance of having peace and love in the heart. Everything else strips away. This is what is important, truly. So holding that infinite altruistic compassion that strips away everything else and just brings us back to what is truly meaningful. We'll recite the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference of 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings. We see such sadness in the world today, don't we? The sadness of the grieving and the loss, and particularly people who don't have a faith, a spiritual practice, an understanding, you know, so precious that we have in our, particularly in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition of the understanding of, you know, the process of death, and or at least a familiarity with that, having heard teachings on that, and our connections going on karmically, lifetime to lifetime, in whatever form they manifest as our own mental continuum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. So quick. Not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can think of all the prayers of everybody participating in the prayerathon, you know, week to week for all these months, but then also everybody else, you know, Venerable Pendade, you know, who's been participating when he's been well enough in the prayerathon. Nonetheless, for example, every other, you know, every day is doing this practice, and today he's got the forum on the, you know, I call it the Death Cafe, but a chat about death. That's right. He does once a month there at Chenrezig. And then also, of course, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all our precious lamas and all their prayers. Amazing. You know, dedicating all of that. The pacification of this pandemic, yes, but all pandemics, all affliction-caused diseases, all disturbances in the minds of all beings immediately right now. Or sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidans, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. In the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified right now, immediately in the world. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Lama Kien, Lama Kien, Lama Kien. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Any realms. All known and unknown universes. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Gewadi no Maharupam ne sala Pashu Janchu Sencho Rinpoche Mage Panam Ge Kuchi Yewa Nyampa Me Pai Wong ne gondu pewa shu. The long life prayers for our precious lamas to continue to turn the wheel of Dharma in this world, particularly at this time of Sakadawa, and sort of following in the the manifestations of the precious Guru Buddha, that we didn't have the karma to be tamed by all the past Buddhas, and in particular Shakyamuni Buddha. So we have our precious lamas. Thankfully, His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche in particular, and then in all our gurus, all our virtuous friends, one with the Buddha, one with the Buddha Dharma Sangha, three rare sublime ones. Gang we wa we ko we shin kam di pandang de wa malu shong we ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso yi shape si te ba duru tan guru chi tu su shan shin jam gun gyao we Tenzin Gyalpo we kon so gru po se Chusum ko wele man churu paja so do she gundu japti shu. So, hello, Venerable Damchola. Saturday isn't Saturday here without greeting you.
Oh, isn't it sweet of you? How are you, Chukila? Lovely to see you again. Last time we were talking about the man of La Mancha, didn't we?
Ah, yes, yes.
And you had this little subtle comment, and I thought afterwards, like, did she really say that? It showed off my lifetimes. My lifetimes are showing. You said you preferred referring to more contemporary references, and I thought, like, crikey, I'm really old now.
Did I say that?
That's perfectly all right. I've always been told that.
Well, I'm not very contemporary. I've never heard of all these bands.
Yeah, it was just brilliant. No, it was. I just really enjoyed what I thought, like, crikey, I'm not really going that far back. But yeah, it's always nice to revisit. But I think this is what it is today.
That was my childhood.
Get many of those good messages that we can associate. Everything is. I think music is also a lot of what we see in music is really reflecting on the pain or the hopes at the time. So yeah,
yes.
I just thought, like,
Actually, I was just listening this morning. But sorry, I cut across. I was just listening this morning. A friend who's coming to the end of her life in hospital, and she's a little bit interested in Buddhism, but not particularly Buddhist. So I was listening to Annie Chuying's recitations of the long mantra of compassion. I thought, oh, she'll like that. She'll like that. So I've sent it to her daughter, because I can't visit because I'm in isolation for another week or so. So
poor you.
Then I can just like, hang in there, Linda. Hang in there till I can visit you.
I'm sure she will. No, but isolation. There was I saw something just before I came on.
Yeah.
Many
people in that situation in the world,
and they're looking in Scotland for a caretaker of one of the little islands. It only has 3 cottages, 400 acres of land. You're looking after the island. No electricity apart from a solar panel to charge your phone. No running water.
Beautiful.
It might suit somebody who likes a little bit of isolation and welcomes visitors.
A little bit of isolation.
It's like, yeah, bring it on, bring it on. It really sort of, it's really. Yeah, I think it's nice that these places still exist. For people to just experience the simple life.
Well, I did see an advertisement a few years ago for the National Hermit of Norway. I was tempted. They have a job. It's called the Hermit, the National Hermit in Norway.
Wonderful. That would be one thing. I mean, I think the temperatures could be a little bit, difficult to, because you're so used to nice warm weather. A friend of mine moved into the Arctic about 10 years ago, and I thought, but he said, I love it. no hustle and bustle. And he had to go back to Germany a few years ago. And he said, the consumerism just got to him. He said, I just got back there to visit friends and family, and it was just too much. And he just wanted to go back to his little community of 50 people. In winter, no tourists, and you have to pick berries in the summer and, you know, whatever else you do to get by. And he's happy. He's absolutely happy, you know. And I thought, good on you. But lovely to see you, Chokila. And
Lovely to
keep
see
on
you.
smiling. And hopefully, now let's keep us guessing whether you're going to be in Sydney next week or whether you go back at base. So fingers crossed, wherever you are, be safe and stay healthy.
Okay, ciao.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damcho. I'm based in the UK. I was Chokila, one of our wonderful leads, and I think we had Elisa and Elisa before. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us so diligently once again. And it's been a good week. We had Sakadava, as Chokila also mentioned in the run-up, and so Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and Paranirvana. So it's been a very meritorious week. We have a lot of wonderful leads lined up for today. So to finish the week off, it's always wonderful to be part of this community, and also have you joining us online, either on YouTube or Zoom, live or later on, when you have the time when work doesn't get in the way. So we've got about 25 minutes left before Venerable Tony comes on. So if we just refocus the mind, settle the mind, and take a few deep breaths, and reset the motivation. And depending what time zone you're in, it might be just the beginning of the day, about lunchtime, or coming to the end. It's good to reflect on the three levels of motivation. So either to set the motivation for the day, check against it throughout the day, and then reflect on it at the end of the day. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with its profound motivation. Let's just take a moment to reflect on those three. Even within the motivation, when we say it, there is it's a little bit of leeway. Not that we shouldn't try, but it acknowledges that we are human after all, and we have our faults. We shouldn't kick ourselves too much if we make a mistake. Today, as much as possible. And to get better at something, we just have to keep doing it. As Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act, but a habit. And it's okay, make a mistake, acknowledge, reset. Let's start again. How can I do better? So keep trying. Sometimes, somebody might challenge you and you feel like, oh, I messed it all up. But it's part of the learning. So if we visualize in space in front of us our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, and if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're following us from a more general spiritual path and do not wish to engage in deities, Then visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all. The important thing is really for all. You know, not everyone, but Bob or Maisie or whoever, or the neighbor's dog, you know, all beings. We want to be compassionate. Let's visualize our light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam carrying love, compassion, and purifying essence. Each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, near or far, across the 6 realms, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads. And as we wish all beings to be freed from suffering and reach enlightenment, we may visualize them all in human form. And as the light enters our bodies, feel how the purifying essence of that light burns away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, atom by atom, cleansing the space between those atoms. Just feel, you know, how the weight of the karma is being lifted, like the dust from a hard day's work in the field is being washed off. You know, when you have a cool, refreshing shower, when you feel rejuvenated, and your aching joints are being released, you know. The same is with karma. Feel how that burden is being lifted. You can stand up again, stretch out, breathe freely. We recognize that suffering, you know, has occurred over so many lifetimes. Most of it we created, you know, through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Not just for ourselves, but for other sentient beings. And like us, these beings do not wish to suffer. We all just wish to have an existence that is free of suffering and full of happiness. We all want to get along. In order to free those beings, may we call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings, the Guru is pleased. So many have chosen to go for refuge. And as the Guru's with the Guru being pleased, he smiles, and more of the purifying essence enters our bodies, cleansing away more and more of negative karma. We begin to radiate, atom by atom, and we exchange ourselves lightwise back to the Guru. As we're being filled more and more with pure light, we also exchange ourselves with all other sentient beings. And again, we recognize this through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that we have caused harm to others and ourselves. We need to transform body, speech, and mind into the essence of the body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. And we do that by acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om to be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. So when we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And as more and more sentient beings join, the light, the collective light becomes brighter and brighter. We become one light source, one source of love and compassion. We become one with the Guru. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Pardon me. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having taken refuge in the Guru and shown remorse for the actions of our body, speech, and mind that has caused harm to so many sentient beings, and having recited many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state for at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit all other sentient beings to the fullest. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. And we have time to recite it 3 times. And again, if we allocate meaning with each recitation to make it more appropriate and not just a recitation of words. If we go for the three recitation, one for body, one for speech, one for mind. And if you have more time, you can also consider the 6 realms to recite for the 6 realms. Again, you can do either 6 or you can do 3 each or however many you want. But the important thing is make it meaningful to you so that we can put the energy behind it accordingly. So may recite these prayers. May we recite them for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who have encountered hardships by whatever source of suffering, may they be given whatever resources are required to reestablish themselves free from suffering and full of happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, the family, and the community at large. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we recite one more time. Really from the bottom of your heart, wish that all the root causes are burned away that give rise to suffering, all the seeds, the tiniest of seeds. These are the ones we really need to get. Just trimming the hedge won't do. We really need to find all the seeds of these incredible sources of suffering, such as COVID. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these are now the 3 prayers. And again, keep on visualizing how through the power of the prayer and the compassion of the gurus, all the causes for the pandemic have not been burned away. We do see some flare-ups, but again, sometimes what happens, if you think about cutting down a tree, you separate the trunk from the roots, there's enough sap left in the tree itself to keep on feeding the leaves for a long time. Or, if a wound heals too quickly and all the impurities hadn't had a chance to come out, we have the pus buildup, and we sometimes just need to lance that. And, it's one way of looking at what's still happening around the world. And, we're trying to heal in many places worldwide quickly for the benefit of the developed societies. And there's a lot of suffering in areas where, we get to them after, because there isn't much to be gained right now. So, which is a shame. There has been quite an imbalance of distributions of the vaccines and precautionary measures. So keep on, looking for the good things that are happening. You may have lost the use of your leg. It might take you a while through rehabilitation. Today you walk 1 step. You might even just be able to stand, and then you maybe a few months down the line, you take, 10, 20, 30 steps, and hopefully, one day we walk again. So we have to stay positive. We have to be joyful about joyous what we can see is going. So that gives us the power to carry on as well. So if you do recite the dedications now, may we dedicate wholeheartedly for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings live long and healthy lives, be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the cause for them to be happy and enjoy happiness that is free of suffering. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, who through diligent studies and giving teachings keep the flame of the Dharma alive. May the Sangha community never be separated from virtuous friends and precious gurus in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we enjoy their company in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who so wholeheartedly supports the Sangha in their efforts by giving up their time and expertise and also giving financial support to ensure that Dharma centers can run, translations take place, and events, for the benefit of others can be staged, and charitable projects ripen. May they never be separated from the precious community of Sangha on the Dharma. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and live long and healthy lives in this and all future lifetimes. We dedicate in particular to our precious gurus who've guided us so thoroughly along the path to liberation, holding our hands right at the beginning, to giving us more and more intricate tasks to further our own development and engage wholeheartedly in practices that benefit other sentient beings. May all our precious gurus be long-lived. May they always have happiness, and may all their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who, like a bright beacon of love and compassion, is shining throughout a world that is currently turbulent, and despite 62 years in exile, has always advocated dialogue over violence. May His Holiness be swiftly fulfilled, and may we never be separated from His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. And may we see His Holiness one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. Due to other merits of these virtuous sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future mats collected by me and all the mats of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness. Gangri rawe kube jinkam di pendan deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Institute gyatsu yi shape si te badu thank you ho chi. Namaste. Tupsil chang jing yam kyun gelwe ten zing kyun pewe kun su du po tse chuk sum kwe lek mun du du. Thank you everyone who joined me in this session. And if you joined us in previous sessions, thank you very much for staying on. I'll be staying also on for Venerable Tony and back at Chenrezig Institute. How are you, Venerable?
All right, thanks, Dad. Too. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I had to change my Zen. It's getting too warm in the winter one. Temperatures are going up. We're hitting 20 now. Oh.
Okay.
Well, 20, what is that? That is when you have a beer, still called beer in Australia, I guess. Anyway, lovely to see you. I love the
Nice
background, you know. Hand over to you. Look after yourself.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, hi, cheers. All right, so good morning, everyone. So then to generate a positive mind frame for engaging in this session, I'm here to establish it as a Buddhist practice by cultivating the mind of refuge, and here cultivating that kind of mind of an inner being, a person that understands that meaning and purpose in one's life comes from inner development, the wisdom that understands, but real fulfillment and meaning for one's life and being able to accomplish the benefit from others, for others, is through really understanding the central thing really is the development of our mind. That the mind is on the basis of our mind that we can find lasting happiness. And it's also on the basis of our mind that we cause problems for ourselves and for others. Our business is to be more focused on developing our mind-heart combination rather than falling into the habitual tendency since beginningless time to mistaken understanding that holds that one's own purpose can be fulfilled principally by engaging in external activity. And so here, cultivating the mind of refuge, taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, taking refuge in Buddha, Buddha meaning any being who's completely developed all positive qualities and abandoned all negative qualities. This understanding in Buddhism that this is possible, beings have done this in the past, and not only have beings attained the state of Buddhahood, other beings, but we also have the potential to attain this state. And so when we take refuge in that understanding as well. Take refuge in our future state of Buddhahood. And then taking refuge in Dharma, taking refuge in the true cessations of suffering so that they'll never arise again, and the wisdom paths that lead to those true cessations. That beings have accomplished this, and also we're taking refuge in our own capacity to attain true cessations and true paths. This is our perspective on life. And taking refuge in Sangha, taking refuge in those who are accomplishing the path. Those beings who have true cessations and true paths and are accomplishing the path towards the state of enlightenment. We take refuge here in our capacity to be a Sangha member, particularly the idea that we can be a guide to others, a brother or a sister to others in spiritual practice. And then in Tibetan Buddhism, very strong emphasis on the understanding that Buddhas manifest in the world in different forms. And one way the Buddhas manifest is in the form of gurus. So here to take refuge in that concept, that holy beings manifest in the form of gurus. They may even manifest in a way that is faulted in order to be a bridge to us. So that the more that we are, even if it might not be necessarily so easy to cultivate the mind of refuge, particularly because it is a time when very much encouraged advertising and so on to seek happiness outside ourselves. If we're able to just to change that perspective a little bit, it makes a huge difference to ourselves. It means that when you take refuge, it means that everything that we do on the basis of that refuge can become the basis for us accomplishing the path. And so then just to try to dwell on this understanding of refuge, of its meaning. And so then having engaged, taking refuge, sort of connecting with the resources on the path, the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, the supports for accomplishing the path, then conditioning the mind with altruistic motivation for engaging in this practice. That we engage in this practice here in order to accomplish the benefit of others. And so here, expanding our mind out to just to try to develop that sensitivity, the awareness of the different levels of suffering that beings at this time are experiencing, particularly in relation to COVID-19. And try to awaken within one's heart a sense of concern for the welfare of beings that are adversely affected from or as a result of COVID-19, to generate a sense of kindness and generosity of spirit towards these beings. And so then we're thinking of those who have died as a result of it. And then may they take fortunate human life and use their life in the future in a positive way to benefit others. And may those who are seriously ill from COVID-19, may they recover from it. And if not, then they also have peaceful death and attain good rebirth, human rebirth, accomplish the path, and attain a state of enlightenment. And where other people are ill from it, then may they recover from COVID-19. And then to consider those who are distressed as a result of having friends and relatives seriously ill as a result of COVID-19. May they find the support, may they find emotional comfort that allows them to deal with whatever difficulties they have as a result of COVID-19. And then expanding the mind out more, particularly thinking in places and countries where it's prevalent and many people impacted socially and economically. And again, from the heart, wishing these beings, may they be able to deal with these difficulties. And then may those who are in important positions to make decisions in relation to COVID-19, may they have an opening of the heart themselves. May wisdom arise in themselves so that they make decisions which are purely motivated with compassion and wisdom for the greater good. And then also for us, if we're in a situation where it is COVID-19 has reached very strong high levels, that may be the case that we also, within our mind, cultivate those states of mind which are most conducive to the welfare of others, not just our own narrow self-interest, but having an attitude which embraces and is concerned about the welfare of the greater good, greater numbers of beings. And so then can start the practice. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru, Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru, Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru, Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then to invoke the compassion energy, all the compassion energy throughout the universe, manifesting in the form of Chenrezig. Extremely pleased, Chenrezig, extremely pleased in us engaging in practice, conditioned by Our mind's been conditioned by compassion for beings. And then sense the presence of Chenrezig above one's crown. And as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, just to sense that from Chenrezig's heart, rays of nectar and light cascade down through your crown into your very being, and so that your very being is conditioned by the inspiration of Chenrezig and by the compassionate wisdom of Chenrezig. So your mind, heart-mind combination is permeated by the quality of Chenrezig. So we can recite 3 malas of Chenrezig mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Padme. And then now the actual prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma, protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma, which results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms that grey spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher-leading animal, to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are. So then we can make dedication, to dedicate whatever positive results there have been from engaging in this practice in this session. And then to be considering about those who have recently died, particularly as a result of COVID-19, that may they take perfect human rebirth, to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. As the perfect human rebirth, make connection with thoughtless spiritual teachers, follow paths and grounds and paths, and attain the state of enlightenment. And where beings are seriously ill as a result of COVID-19, then may they recover from it. And if not, then may they also have peaceful deaths. And take perfect human rebirth to Dharma-minded parents. Make connection with faultless spiritual teachers and follow grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And then to consider those people who have been affected very strongly from COVID-19, that may be as they themselves being ill, or could be a case of having those people who are close to them being ill and having died. Or having gone through emotional turmoil as a result of it. Economic and social hardship. Are then to dedicate for their well-being may they in fact connect with spiritual practice and find comfort in this. And through this experience then become beings who are able to help others in the future. And then those people who are in positions of power, political leaders, health leaders, and decision makers in relation to COVID-19. May their decisions be based on compassionate wisdom. Those decisions made for the greater good, and their minds be free of corruption when they're involved in making these decisions. And may they have that kindness in their heart that allows them to truly consider the welfare of those that are under their care. And then also for those who are responsible for caring, more directly, they may be their friends, or relatives, or professionals. Then may they be inspired to continue to help in the most skillful ways. And may they also be able to deal with this, with emotional strength, not to become discouraged. And then through us engaging in this practice and cultivating a concern for others, may it be the case that our spiritual teachers continue to manifest into this world and to give teachings. And may our gurus, our teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the teachers in our centers, may they have long lives and good health. And may they continue to impart the Dharma to us. And then also that may it be the case that the vaccines continue to work and that there more effective vaccines come on the market so that it does counteract the harm that is created as a result of COVID-19. Works as an antidote to it. Okay. So thank you.
Good morning, Venerable Tony.
Oh, Dachin. How are you?
I'm okay. Lovely to see you back at Chenrezig.
Oh, you're in Bendigo?
I'm in Bendigo, yeah, in lockdown again.
Okay. I can see. I see the photograph of Lama Zopa and Lama Yeshe from about 1978 or something, isn't it? That picture. And behind you.
Yes. Yeah, you're probably a good one to notice that too. It actually advertises Lama Zopa and Lama Yeshe's tour, Australia-wide tour, and it's when he gave the Vajrayogini Lamrim course at Chenrezig, and then there was the Vajrayogini initiation, and then there was the Vajrayogini retreat. So whatever year that was, there's no date on the actual promotion on the back of it, but yeah, it's an amazing picture, isn't it?
Yes, going back a fair while. So where is that your house?
Yes, yes.
You're in your house now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
It is in I mean, my son is still here, and the reason why my son here is because the rental market in Bendigo is very difficult. For every rental property that comes up, there's 20 people applying for it, so it's just pot luck who gets it. And my son's now working full time. So
that's good.
Yes, and he's working for his old boss who he did his apprenticeship with. And he's going to support him in doing the place up so it can be sold. And then both my kids will then have a deposit for a house or towards a house. So with the extra money, I don't need all the money, but with the extra money, I'll be able to give to them, and then they will have a deposit for a house. So that's the current plan, Tony.
All right, that's good. That sounds very good. When are you coming back here?
No. Oh, look, it's. I wish I was there. I wish I was back there last month. But patience, and patience. I find that not having plans and just practicing patience and and praying for compassion and good outcomes for myself and for my family is the only way to go. You know, you make plans and then you get upset when they get broken, or, you know, you just can't.
Right.
You
Yeah.
just got to practice patience.
Yeah, I guess, well, if there are few variables there, that's right, you don't really have so much control over, so it's right, you have to work with that.
Yeah. They're unsettled times, but, you know, my house is pretty well, you know, 90% packed up. I'm pretty well all packed up, you know, I just have to find that clear pathway when all obstacles are removed and my house is on the market, and I will be back at Chenrezig and have, you know, finalised all my ties to Bendigo. So,
all right.
But, you know, I'm going to miss Bendigo. I don't know whether you've followed any of my other links. The great stupa and the monastery are just looking amazing at the moment. Just amazing.
Oh, good. Yeah. All right. Okay. So then, cheers.
Yeah, cheers to you too, mate. Good to see you back. Good to see you back on doing things.
Bye.
Okay, so and just for out of interest, the other poster I have here is associated with Buddha House, and it would have to be pre-20, you know, pre this century, because it has a 6-digit phone number. So these are things that I've collected over the years, and when you pack up, you find them again. And I decided I'd laminate them, and I've actually given these to my son, but I'm here at the moment, so I thought I'd use them as a backdrop for this session. And we've been so fortunate to been a part of the very beginning of FPMT, and you know, the guidance of Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche in guiding us on being our best and being the best for in this world and benefiting others. So that is our motivation then for today. Let's just really spend a few moments settling into our position and just motivating to be our best, to be the best that I can be, so that I can be of benefit for others. May this practice be the cause for that. I think this is a self-cherishing attitude, but it's self-cherishing motivation, but it is a positive self-cherishing motivation. That without such an attitude of, you know, really wanting to be our best, so we can then be of benefit to others, still maintaining that Mahayana motivation, the big scope motivation. And we'll just go through this practice slowly. I'm just here with you for the next 30 minutes or 22 minutes now. So we'll just go through the practice verse by verse, and I will just stop and provide an opportunity to reflect and strengthen the attitude of the words. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So all sentient beings in all the realms, form, formless, and desire realm, infinite like space. Imagine that they are all in the refuge posture, going for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. everyone in our world who's been touched by COVID. Everyone with a suffering mind or even a joyful mind, those in power, everyone, all going for refuge with a heartfelt desire, heartfelt confidence that this refuge is valid and that this refuge will protect us. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now just visualize in your mind all these sentient beings, infinite of space, infinite like space, that they are all repeating this refuge prayer. And that the sound is deafening, that they are all taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We all go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We all go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And after this third one, we'll rest and just dwell in the wisdom of our own Buddha nature, all sentient beings. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya, the wisdom understanding the nature of reality, the lack of inherent existence, the dissolution of the solidity of our bodies, the existence of our mind as we know it in the mundane sense, all dissolves. And this is the case for all beings. We all dwell in the nature of our own Buddha nature, the Dharmakaya mind, by dissolving everything that is appears to be solid and existent. And as soon as the mind begins to wander, or wander, whatever that is, however that wandering looks for you, start chanting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. This mantra unites us all within the Dharmakaya mind. The all clarity and the luminosity of our shared being. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig, the mantra of great compassion. Now we'll move into the actual prayer. Resting at the end of each earth and just reflecting on its meaning. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Our request. That we make due to we hope will be the result of this time. And trying to develop our own compassion. May the result of that compassion be the cause for freeing the world from this disease, COVID, and other diseases. And that we may purify this through our actions, through karma, and only create causes and conditions for a kind and compassionate world. Now the next verse, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening illnesses, from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. And we all know of people who are suffering, some more acutely than others. It may not only be because of COVID, it may be other reasons as well. People who have mental health issues, who have cancer, or other life-threatening diseases. May all the suffering associated with all these diseases be relieved. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. And just extending our scope of compassion and being clear. And having a direct target, being able to target our compassion towards all sentient beings who are suffering. Due to any diseases, epidemic diseases due to COVID. Who are fearing for their death, or who feel like dying. May they be relieved of their suffering. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. There is so much, so many causes that create suffering, that create these conditions. May they all be purified. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. And what just came to my mind is those at Kopan who are suffering. Geshe Sherab, and any other people, any other holy beings. Who may be manifesting the COVID at the moment. They will be purified by the power of these prayers that we make today. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And this verse is really reflecting just the power of our prayers, especially with the great scope motivation for the benefit of all. And what's coming to my mind is like a ring of compassion around the whole world, like an outer layer, protecting the whole world, purifying the causes for COVID and other epidemic diseases and other causes for suffering. By the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, the guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, that through suffering we purify. May this purification quickly be exhausted. And may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And this prayer is a very powerful Lam Rim prayer. Has it all in it. Has all the essential elements for devotion, for purification, and for enlightenment for us all. So let's, the last few minutes of my session, dedicate to our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, the Geshis at our centers, all teachers in all traditions who are practicing compassion and teaching compassion, dedicated to all our teachers, those past, present, and future. May they always remain with us, inspire us, teach us, always keep us close so that we will always receive teachings and progress along the path. And to all, we dedicate it to all the Sangha, It's the spiritual community within FPMT. It's not only those of us who are ordained, but those who have taken Pratimoksha vows, who are part of the spiritual community, dedicated to their long life, to continue to guide FPMT into the future under the guidance of our teachers. Okay.
Venerable, Venerable Dechana, hi, how are you?
Hi. Very well.
Beautiful dedications. I'm so inspired.
Good. I think I was inspired by your dedication last week.
All right. Well, it's nice to know that we're really, as you say, helping each other. The whole Sangha, whether wearing robes, not wearing robes throughout the world, actually trying to actualize our teachers' precious teachings, those who actualize compassion and teach us compassion. It's really amazing, a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, so fortunate, so blessed. So enjoy your session. I just love these sessions, and I think you do too, so do enjoy.
Thank you, dear. See you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Losam Tendran, and I'm greeting you from Dharamsala in India, where I've been living for 9 years and where I study at the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics. Today I join you from my room in Jamyang Chiling Nunnery. And some of you may be joining from areas which are celebrating the diminution of the present COVID crisis. And some of you may be joining from places which are not celebrating the increase of infection. I'm in India, where we're under complete lockdown. I'm in Himachal Pradesh. And just across the road from me, and just down the hill, maybe 3 minutes, is His Holiness's monastery, Namgyal Monastery, his monastery, private monastery. And there, yesterday it was declared a hotspot. 47 monks tested positive. In my own school, in the school that I attend, Institute for Buddhist Dialectics, the monks who live inside the school have been under complete lockdown. Now the outer area as well throughout Himachal. So we can see that circumstances go up, go down, change. We can see that throughout the world, we're experiencing overt suffering, what we call one of the 3 types of suffering of suffering. And elsewhere, maybe those who've been vaccinated, who are practicing different kinds of protective behaviors, then with regard to the pandemic, then are experiencing the suffering of change. There's less suffering, less overt illness, but the potential for suffering of all kinds, of any kind, disease, war, violence, that potential is always there. We are that potential. We manifested in this life by means of that potential. So today, we want to focus our activity in this session on alleviating the various kinds of suffering throughout the world, throughout this world and elsewhere. And we can focus our activities on those who are experiencing overt suffering, the suffering of the pandemic of COVID-19, the sufferings of of war and violence in various places in the world today, at this very moment. And with this focus, we can practice loving kindness and great compassion, as we've been taught by our teachers and who've modeled it for us. So let's begin by focusing our minds, taking a minute or two to just focus, direct our attention. And we can do this by doing 3 or 4 simple, focused breaths. We can breathe in, thinking Om, hold that breath for the same amount of time, thinking Ah, and exhale that breath, thinking Hum. And let's do this 3 times. Om in, Ah, hold, Hum, exhale. Om, inhale, Ah, hold, Hum, exhale. Om in, Ah, hold, Hum, exhale. And let's check our bodies, that we're seated comfortably, our minds focused on this great opportunity to develop our minds in loving kindness and compassion and bodhicitta. And when we think of bodhicitta, when we think of how we're developing our minds, we can see, we can think, we can know that the 2 bodhicittas, that generated from compassion and loving kindness, that goes out to all sentient beings and wants to alleviate, completely take away, completely make non-existent the suffering, and fill each and every sentient being with all happiness and the causes of happiness. And at the same time, this mind that wishes to do this, that will engage in the activity of doing this, knows that all of this activity, the one who is engaging in this activity, those who are benefiting from this activity, the object of this activity, do not truly exist, but exist dependently on each other. We are interdependent. All of this arises dependently. And so with the mind of compassion, loving kindness, and the wish, the very focused wish to engage with all beings on this basis, infused with, combined with, knowing of the interdependence of all beings, of the environment and all beings, will now engage in this compassionate practice to heal the world. So visualize, think, I'm here, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who are always with me, whether I'm thinking of them or not, but they are here, and who are inseparable from my precious, perfect teachers. We're surrounded by our teachers, however they manifest. So I'm never alone, because my perfect teachers, who are the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, are here guiding me, guiding all of us to enlightenment. And it is through whose kindness we develop our minds. And we're also never alone, because surrounding us are all our dear mothers and fathers. So let's take a minute to engage in this knowing that we're surrounded by all sentient beings. Think of our dear mothers of this life, and all the friends, relatives, all the female relations that we have seated all around us, particularly on our left. And on our right, all our male relatives, beginning with our fathers, our brothers, our relations, our friends, and so on. And behind us, all our dear friends whom we hold so dear. And perhaps in front of us, those whom we find may be difficult to engage directly, with whom we feel irritation maybe sometimes, or anger, or jealousy. Bring them here too. Put them here surrounding us. And then all sentient beings, whether you can visualize it or not, know, feel that we are here together, all of us. And then think that it's not crowded, it's not uncomfortable, but rather remember that we're all alike, we're all the same. In what way? We all want lasting happiness, comfort, ease of body and mind, true peace. And each of us experiencing countless sufferings of various kinds, one on top of the other. Diseases of the body and mind, of COVID-19, but of other things too, cancers, depression, and the causes of these diseases of body and mind, and not only disease, but of war and violence against each other, which, as His Holiness says, is inconceivable. We kill each other. It's inconceivable, and yet we do. And also the sufferings of what we call natural disasters, disasters of earthquakes, floods, fires, windstorms, the causes of elemental disasters, which are the hatred and attachment, the arrogance, the jealousy that envelop the mind, our minds, but are not permanent, are not what our minds are, but we experience these things. And because of that, we experience suffering of suffering, the sufferings of change, of fear, loss, inexpressible grief, bewilderment. Why does this happen? The sufferings of very existence. Think of all beings with whom we are related, and we're related to all beings, and generate affection for all beings, for us all, including ourselves, and focus on this feeling of affection for all of us and increase it. It's not an intellectual exercise. Generate affection for all beings and think, I want to eliminate all the suffering of my dear ones, all mothers and fathers. I want to establish all of us in true peace and happiness, and think strongly, I can do this. I will do this. And now let's increase our motivation. It's Geshe Tenzin Sofa has said, if you haven't already set your motivation, you can't increase it. We want to establish our motivation from our first waking moment, and now let's increase it. Essence encompassing all of the Buddhas. And we want to increase it by beginning, by focusing again on our kind Guru. You who, the essence encompassing all of the Buddhas, the source of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones in gentle virtue. And you, the glorious holy Guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise. Bless me to cease all wrong conceptions and to attain the two precious bodhicittas. And think, determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem. I shall hold them most dear at all times. And now, the personal engagement. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And let's turn to our specific activity of this session. And in the links below, you'll find the prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Gomchen Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. And let's continue with our motivation by focusing on the motivation specific to this prayer that was conferred by Arya Chenrezig specifically for this practice. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so we see here that we're taking refuge in the form, these great beings in these forms. They are the cause, the causal refuge, the cause of us developing our minds, proceeding on the path, achieving enlightenment, benefiting all sentient beings. And we are also at this moment taking refuge in the resultant refuge, the Dharmakaya of our own minds, what we will become, what we already have. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And based on this refuge, this motivation and refuge, this focus on bodhicitta, we can now visualize on the crowns of our heads a white lotus, and a stainless white moon disk. And on this appears all compassionate Chenrezig. And Chenrezig, all powerful, all compassionate Chenrezig can appear in various forms. Here, let's think, if you like, that he has a faultless snow white body. He's seated in the Vajra posture, and he has 4 arms. The first 2 are folded in prayer at his heart. The other right hand, in his other right hand, he holds a crystal mala, and in the other left, a white lotus in full bloom. His beautiful eyes look on with infinite compassion on each and every individual sentient being without partiality throughout space. You can visualize, you can build up this visualization, and you can visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head if you like, or in front of you if you find that beneficial, perhaps easier. And we can do this knowing that Chenrezig is inseparable from, indistinguishable from our root gurus, each of whom has every quality of Chenrezig. Chenrezig gives to each individual sentient being exactly according to need, which is what our guru is and does. And in the heart of all compassionate Chenrezig is your root guru, if you like to visualize in that way. And if you like, you can think at the heart of Chenrezig as His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, inseparable from Chenrezig. So let's recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite, we can visualize light shining from the sacred form of Chenrezig going out, touching each and every sentient being, each of whom is surrounding us. We're surrounded by all the beings of the universe, and each being, as touched by the light, is purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted minds of ignorance and confusion. And as we do this, the outer environment becomes clean and pure and perfect. You can think of all the places you've been or seen or imagined that are desirable, with trees and streams, beaches, those of you who live near oceans, the oceans with beautiful waves, the beautiful sky above. Here in Dharamsala, sometimes there's an incredible, deep, deep sky of blue with the most beautiful white clouds floating through. And you could think of the sounds of birds. You could think of delightful aromas, whatever you like. You can create through the light of Chenrezig, touching every inch of the environment, a realm of bliss. And as the light touches each and every sentient being, each body, each speech, each mind of each sentient being is freed of all disease, all discomfort, all negativities and faults. And above the crown of each being appears powerful Chenrezig. And if you have the empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig sending out these nectarous light rays. So continue visualizing from the perfect body of Chenrezig, light rays going out, striking each and every sentient being throughout the universe. You can recite aloud or quietly. And as we recite, we can infuse this compassion activity with a meditation on emptiness by thinking our being here, our activity, our relation with our Guru, Chenrezig, all sentient beings. This is all dependently related. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme And as we recite the mantra of great compassion, if you like, think of one individual whom you know, whom you've seen, perhaps an image that you've seen on the internet or on the papers that appear on the internet and so on, who's ill or depressed, suffering from the tangential results of the pandemic, who've lost livelihood, who are engaged in violence, who've experienced violence or are engaged in violence, and see them. You can focus on a single individual. You can lean toward them. Hold their hands if you like now, and think, may you be happy. May you be well. May you be truly well. May you be truly happy. And think, I can be the cause of this. Please, Guru Buddhas, bless me to be able to do this. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And if you like, you can see yourself, think of yourself going out into the world, greeting other sentient beings, those who are ill, those who are depressed, those who are experiencing poverty, those who are experiencing violence. You can take their hands. You can soothe their bodies. You can soothe their minds. If you like, you can go and walk through your own neighborhood, through your community. See yourself mentally, verbally, physically benefiting others. You can be providing the medicines. You can be providing food. You can hold someone who's isolated and lonely dear. You can calm children and begin to play. You can provide food and water for all the dear animals. Open the cages. Whatever you like. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And we could think as we recite the actual prayer, the great meditator, Thangtong Gyalpo. And again, the link is in the here in the YouTube below. We could think we're dedicating all of our activities with the recitation of this prayer. Due to these merits, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Due to these merits, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, the unbearable, inconceivable compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power, the inconceivable power, the perseverance, the compassion, the omniscience of the dakinis, the dharma protectors, and the guardians, by the unmistaking truth of karma and its results, of emptiness and dependent arising. May these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately. And now let's make our request directly to our perfect guru, to the pure, compassionate Chenrezig, Arya Chenrezig, treasure of compassion, who is indistinguishable from our teachers, from our gurus. Together with your retinue, please pay attention to me. Please quickly free me and all mother and father sentient beings of the 6 realms in the ocean of cyclic existence. Please cause the profound and extensive peerless bodhicitta to quickly grow in our mind streams. Please quickly cleanse our delusions and negative actions accumulated since beginningless time with the water of your compassion, and with your compassionate hand, lead me and all mother migrating beings to the blissful pure land. Amitabha and Chenrezig, please act as our spiritual friends in all our lifetimes. Show us the excellent, unmistaken path and quickly place us in the state of Buddhahood. Now let's rejoice and the merits of ourselves and all others who are engaging in compassionate activity today, and who have been engaging in a compassionate activity, and who will engage in compassionate activity, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, and the merits of those who are hosting this activity. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, and the technical support, thank you, that's making this possible. All the beneficial dependent arisings, the merits of all who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. We rejoice in those whom we know and whom we don't know, whom we see and whom we don't see. Those working with disease, with the mentally ill, those who are working with those who are depressed, those who are helping those who've fallen into poverty, experiencing violence and war, those who are providing food and shelter and comfort throughout the world. And as we go out into the world, we can hold each being with affection, kindness, and compassion. This is our purpose. We can fulfill our purpose. We have this great opportunity, and we can rejoice in that, of having this great opportunity to hold others with compassion, kindness, and love. And so let's dedicate our merits in the following way. May all the holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all the holy beings remain for a very, very long time. And in life after life, we dedicate our merits that we may never be separated from them, and that all their holy wishes be fulfilled without delay. And we dedicate our merits that our precious teachers have long, healthy lives, and that we can fulfill their holy wishes exactly as expressed. We dedicate our merits for those who've died, who've recently died, who are dying now, that they be reborn in a pure land, or at least achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the Dharma, and actualize the complete path to enlightenment. We dedicate so that those who are ill with physical illness, depression, and so on, especially with diseases related to COVID-19, be quickly relieved of all illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. Where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, we can think of them. May they quickly be freed from all illnesses. May all illnesses without exception cease and never occur again. And we can recite the 3 verses that His Holiness sometimes uses to confer the aspiring bodhicitta vows. And that my teacher has said this is a good thing to recite each evening as part of our dedication prayers, dedicating the merits before we sleep. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood of the forest, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them more than myself, equalizing ourselves with others and exchanging ourselves with others. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence, even though I attain Buddhahood. And we conceal our activities, our merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty from their own side. May I, who's completely empty from existence from my own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side to that state of complete enlightenment, which is completely empty of truly existing by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. And we could specifically dedicate with long life prayers first for His Holiness, source of this world's every help and joy, wish-fulfilling jewel. I pray to you, Matchless Kind One Tenzin Gyatso, may your aims be effortlessly fulfilled. You who are the sole protector of the snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness, to you, the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, may all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, You who uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who magnificently accomplish prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. May all beings everywhere plagued by suffering of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living being suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed, may the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. We make this commitment. And we're filled with happiness by making this commitment. Thank you so much. Thank you for this great opportunity. I appreciate it so much. And Venerable Losam Kadrola, are you here?
Yes. Hey.
Hi, dear. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, nice to see you. I wish you a good session.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I hope you have a nice Saturday.
Thank you. You too.
Good morning, everyone. It's Annie Kadre here from calling from Makarganj in India. It's just after 8 today. Bit of a hazy morning today. This last week, we've had several local bushfires, or forest fires, I suppose you'd call. In Australia, we'd call them bushfires, but here they're forest fires. And they've really been choking up the air here. But the local villagers, from where I can see in my balcony, during the day, the local villagers have been out handling the fires. So they haven't grown out of control, but they have certainly been a presence this week. And what else has been happening here in McLeod? The monastery, Namgyal Monastery, has had, last time they did note about it, there was 43 positive cases of COVID in the monastery. And of course, there are hundreds of monks in the monastery. So and that monastery, even though it's been closed since the beginning of the pandemic, it's becoming what they call a containment zone here. And the state officials, when they create these containment zones, you can't walk within 100 meters of them. The Himachal Pradesh officials are very on the ball with that stuff. You know, if there's a cluster, then immediately they close it down as a containment zone. So perhaps when we do our practice today, we can keep those sort of areas in mind, not just the monastery, but there are many, many clusters, I'm sure, in India and you know, in other countries around the world as well. So when we do our dedications at the end in particular, we can maybe keep them in mind. But yeah, it's a quiet morning Saturday. We're still in our strict lockdown. So from 8 to 11, we can go out and do essential shopping. And the rest of the time we stay inside and try and keep the COVID cases going down, which I think here they have been going down a little bit. So yeah, anyway, I hope you're all well. I hope all your family and friends are well. Yeah, let's take a short moment first. Don't know about you, but I've been cleaning the floor before I came here and doing various things that got nothing to do with the practice. So I'm just going to spend a few moments just getting myself focused and putting aside everything that I've done before now. Now let's think about who we're doing this practice for. Let's try and bring to mind those sentient beings that we don't normally think about. You know, the ones that are outside of our peripheral. And not just human beings either, because places like India, where there are lots of street animals that depend upon humans to feed them, and local restaurants and cafes to put out their extra food. These animals have been going without their normal meals during lockdown. So we don't just think about humans, we think about the animals that it's affected as well. And so when we do the practice, when we say the mantras, say the prayers, we're going to be saying it to these sentient beings and for these sentient beings. And so before we start, let's just visualize above our heads, forearmed Chenrezig, or whoever you view as embodying that unconditional compassion and love. Just visualize them there above your head, with the crown, sitting in meditation on a lotus. And they are full of that compassionate love, that warmth for everybody. And so it flows from their hearts down through the top of our heads and fills up our own body bit by bit. So with each breath in, it expands within us, providing us with what we need to have our suffering eased. And if you've been experiencing difficulties, like real challenges this week, or the last months, year, just allow that compassion just to worm its way into those problems and loosen them up a bit. As you breathe in, there is more compassion there. And as you breathe out, those difficulties, those challenges, things that we think about, they're just losing their strength, losing their power. Let's just focus on this for a while. These things that stay with us for a long time, that we find hard to let go of or hard to overcome. With each breath, that compassion that's coming from above our heads is helping it weaken, lose its grip on our mind. Allowing us to open up a bit more. And so while you visualize with that, I'm going to just reflect on one of the things that was posted on Jetson Tenzin Palmo's official Facebook page that I found really helpful this week. And I thought I might share it today. So it was posted for Sakadawa. And it was an excerpt of what Jetson Tenzin Palmo had said. So she says, the Buddha understood that one of the reasons why we get angry and annoyed with other people, or we have difficult social relationships with other people, is because we are not really at peace within ourselves. We don't really like ourselves very much, or we feel guilty, or we feel ashamed, or we don't like ourselves. And so therefore, he said, first, we make friends with ourselves. We make peace with ourselves, and we feel okay. We wish ourselves well. May you be well. May you be happy. Why not? And once one begins to get that feeling of making friends with oneself, then one begins to extend that to others, to people we love, to people we feel indifferent towards, and finally, people we don't like much, and then all the world. So let's generate that compassion towards ourselves, wishing ourselves well, so that when we begin the practice, we can generate really sincere wish for others to be free from suffering. I always like to read out the 8 verses of thought transformation, because I find it helps me focus on others during this practice as well. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefits from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Wherever I am and whoever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depths of my heart, hold others dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear, as if I have found a precious treasure. When, out of envy, others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I've benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and suffering, undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns. By perceiving all phenomena as illusory, I shall be released from the bondage of attachment. Okay, now let's, let's generate our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then, having visualized that sentient being who represents unconditional compassion and love and warmth above us, that light coming down from their hearts into our own, filling us up. When we start the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, with each syllable that we say, we're going to be sending that light out to all those sentient beings that we're doing this practice for. And that white light's going to pierce through their suffering and provide them with everything that they need in that moment. So just holding that visualization. Every few mala recitations, I like to stop and just check where my mind is at, check who I'm focusing on, that kind of thing. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Omani Pemum, 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 Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Take a moment to just check where our minds are at, check our motivation. Because the stronger our motivation is, the less distracted our minds will be. So for the next few mala rounds, I'm going to be particularly focusing on those that I find that I judge more frequently than others. For example, just to give an example for here, sometimes when you're walking here in McLeod, you can meet people who have different views on COVID. And they choose not to wear masks and so forth. And then, you know, at the end of the day, you'll see the people that have died, the local people that have died from COVID. And I find in my own mind, I have difficulty not judging and criticizing those people who don't support, you know, don't follow certain rules. And that's their decision. And it's my affliction to work with, you know, my mind to work with. So I'm going to be focusing the next few malas on these people so I can overcome my own negative thoughts towards them. So maybe you have a similar sort of scenario like that. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Am Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, 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 Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema. Just checking where our mind is at again. We're doing practices like this, keeping a harmonious mind towards others, doing things that we can to help practically, and then in other ways as well, like this, we can all help to shorten the life of this pandemic. Okay, so we'll do 3 more mala recitations, and then we'll move on to the prayer. Just check who you're doing this practice for. Who's visualized in front of you, who's receiving that compassion, who's being released from suffering. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Excuse me. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Now go into the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, star protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the guru and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be thoroughly pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, star protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Excuse me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One final time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharmachakas, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Let's just take a moment. We just spent the last 45 minutes doing this practice, possibly longer. Thinking of who it will benefit. And also in fulfilling the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who else will be able to benefit in the future? Let's take a moment to rejoice in all the actions of all those who are making this possible. Signing up every single week to lead sessions, organizing the sign up, organizing the electronics, being present and near the computer. Just rejoice in those continual efforts every single weekend, because they're not just there for half an hour. They dedicate a lot more time, a lot more mental energy to it. So due to their kindness, we are able to do these sessions. We are able to lead these sessions and rejoice in what they're doing. And then also let's rejoice in what everybody is doing around the world to benefit each other, not just in the hospitals and teachers who are leading classes online and trying to help students having difficulty with their internet and learning, but everybody who's working every day with the hope that what they are doing will help the pandemic, will help prevent the pandemic, help make things a little easier for people, for sentient beings, for animals. Because, for example, here, the Dharamsala Animal Rescue, every day they go out and feed the street dogs. Small team of 5, they feed 70 street dogs who are missing out on the normal food, as well as looking after the injured animals they have back at their base. Things like that. Let's rejoice in the efforts of those people who are, spending every day like that. And then all our spiritual teachers who are working tirelessly every single day, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, the teaching that he gave the other day on Sakadawa was just wonderful, really good to be able to receive that at this time of year. And sentient beings like His Holiness, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, they're tirelessly working in that way. So let's take a moment to rejoice in the effort, in the merit that they're creating, in the benefit they're creating for everybody else. And how fortunate we are to have them in this world. And then thinking of their example, we did the visualization of the embodiment of compassion above our heads, the sentient being. So now that visualization just turns into a white light, which enters down into our hearts. If you like, we can say that it is infused in our hearts, infused in our actions of body, speech, and mind. So that for the rest of the day today, we'll have an intimate connection with that compassion. And we can come from a place of kindness for all those who cross our paths. Then we'll move into dedication prayers, just a simple dedication prayer this time. Normally I like to do a long one today. And just before we start the dedication prayers, just bring to mind your whatever understanding of emptiness you have, so that we can seal our merits away from being destroyed by our anger. For those of us with ordinary minds, I know I certainly get anger. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And the long life prayer of His Holiness, 2 of them. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and wood, all-powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso. Please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To Lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And the long life prayer of our teacher, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You uphold the Jewish moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mahayana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. So thank you for joining me today. Oh, hey, Venerable, how are you?
Good, Venerable Kadra, how are you?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, you too, you too.
How are things in your part of the woods?
Oh yes, quite good. The Namgyal Monastery has had an uptick in COVID cases, and they've shut that area down, but they're talking about relaxing our strict lockdown on the 31st. So the numbers have dropped from per day have dropped from 1,600 in this region down to 600, which is
wow,
quite
okay.
Yeah, so
yeah,
talking about loosening it up a bit.
All right, well, that's hopefully good news.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Anyway, I hope you have a good session today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking your time to lead a whole hour.
Oh, I quite like it. I know, yeah, I like to relax. Otherwise, I feel a bit rushed myself. But yeah, no worries.
All right, take care.
See ya.
See ya. So my name is Thupten Chuing, and I am coming to you from Kathmandu's Kopan Nunnery, so part of the FPMT. And I've got a picture of Bodhistupa behind me from the evening. So you get a little bit of a flavor of that amazing holy place that's here in Kathmandu. Hopefully someday, if you haven't seen it already, then you can come. And if you have seen it, then it's a nice reminder of a very special place. We are going to be doing the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. If this is your first time, the link to the practice and dedications are in this in the comments section on the YouTube page. So you can click on that. And the reason why we're doing this is because Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, out of his great kindness, saw that this practice would be an effective thing that we can do during COVID to help pacify the disease, help keep it from getting any worse than it is, and hopefully make it resolve more quickly. And there's no doubt that by our coming together, and especially the IMI Sangha spending a full 24 hours doing this every week, all this good energy of coming together as a community, of all of the FPMT community who are joining us, and then spending this time thinking about compassion, thinking about how to help others, really making some effort to help others is no doubt creating positive seeds that will ripen in happiness in the future. So while we cannot see exactly what the effects are ourselves, if we can't see karma, we can have confidence in the law of cause and effect, and that karma is definite. So when we do these positive things, when we are working together as a community, when we're thinking positively with compassion and loving kindness, all of that is definitely creating seeds of happiness. So that's something to really rejoice in. For the visualization during this practice, you can look at the picture of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo that's in the booklet. Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended that is a very good thing to do while doing the practice. Or if you prefer, if you'd like to visualize Buddha Avalokiteshvara sending down light rays, filling the bodies of all sentient beings and purifying all of their negative actions of body, speech, and mind, that's also another way you can visualize during the practice. Both are wonderful, both are powerful. So your choice, what you'd like to do. And really remembering that the reason why we are going through difficulties, why we might have obstacles, why we might get sick, why we might die, all of these things are coming due to this law of karma, of cause and effect. While we may have been brought up in a culture that thinks we should blame other people, we should blame politicians, we should blame the original bat that created the disease, or we should blame the people who traveled and then spread it. We blame and blame and blame, and it just creates anger, resentment, helplessness, depression, all these negative emotions in our mind, and we're completely missing the real point, that the actual cause, according to the Four Noble Truths, is coming from karma, and that's created by our own past actions in past lives. And this is a very empowering thing in that we actually are able to influence our suffering and happiness based on our behavior. And we can also see when we experience these negative things that it's not random, that it's not personal, in that it's not being done to us by other people, but it's personal in that we've created the karma. We don't experience this suffering without having created the causes in the past. And so when we experience them, they are completely purified. And so that's something that actually is a transforming thought, that when we experience the sicknesses and difficulties, that once we've experienced that past negative karma, the seed is finished. The results are done. And so we won't have to ever experience them again. So that's actually a good thing. And once we experience it, it also means it's not accumulating and causing even worse suffering later. And then if we respond to it with something positive, like we are today doing this prayer, then we are creating the causes to not experience that kind of suffering in the future, and instead happiness. So that's what this practice is really helping us to do, to purify that past negative karma. And we want to do it with the motivation to purify that for all sentient beings, to help them purify all of their negative karmas so they stop suffering, stop experiencing COVID and any sufferings of body and mind. Knowing that all sentient beings, not only are they are past mothers from past lives, but also we depend on their happiness in order to have happiness ourselves. We're very interdependent with all sentient beings. When it's really analyzed carefully, any of our own mental and physical comforts and support come from other sentient beings. And when other sentient beings are suffering or overwhelmed by their negative mind, then we experience suffering as well. So we really are invested in everyone's happiness. So let's say the motivation and refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so either visualizing Thangtong Gyalpo, this great yogi, using the image in the prayer book, or bringing to mind Avalokiteshvara, sending it down blissful light rays, purifying all sentient beings. Try and hold whichever visualization you prefer as strongly as possible while we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Mani pe mi mo 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 mani pe mi. Mani pe mi mo Om mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Om mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Om mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Om mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Om mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi mo mani pe mi. Om mani padme hum. And so, holding that visualization of Thangtong Gyalpo, the great Mahasiddha, and Avalokiteshvara, sending down light rays, purifying all negative actions of past body, speech, and mind, removing all sufferings being experienced from COVID, whether it's body for those who are very ill, or of mind for those who are scared and depressed or grieving. Everything is just being lifted, purified, finding ultimate happiness as we say the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll repeat that prayer 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so thinking that all sentient beings, due to the blessings of Buddha Avalokiteshvara, who is inseparable from our Guru and inseparable from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, has completely purified all sentient beings. Comes to the crown of our head and is so pleased, wanting to merge with us, dissolves into light, entering the crown of our heads, filling your body so that your body, speech, and mind are one with the Guru's body, speech, and mind, which is one with Avalokiteshvara's body, speech, and mind. And then we dedicate all of this amazing merit that we've created to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory, and especially for the sick, to end COVID as quickly as possible. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then if you're using the dedication prayer book, go down to page 5 to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then down to the long life prayers of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to everyone who are doing these prayers and who joined me today, and may you all stay happy and well and attain enlightenment as quickly as possible. And I see my friend Venerable Lozang is back again this week in the same time slot.
Yeah, right. Hello to you.
Hello.
You see, the thing is, if I do this at 6 o'clock here in Switzerland, then if I have other things, because today we have Geshe Tashi teaching on Mahamudra on Zoom, but still I have to be present. So then I have the day free to do whatever I need to do else on the weekend, because it's always the weekends that are busy, isn't it?
Yes.
When you're in the West, not so much during the week. During the week, it's
Yeah.
on the evenings, but during the weekend, then it's like Saturday, Sunday. That's why. So I
Yes.
thought I'd just keep that 6 o'clock slot, and that's it. Yeah. So it's nice to
Wonderful.
see you. I mean, we'll get to know each other really well without ever having met. So this is quite
Yeah.
nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the things I love about doing this prayer-a-thon is that I have changed the time slot several times and ended up meeting new Sangha and connecting with people
Right.
all around the world who I haven't been able to see in person. So it's really
Right.
wonderful.
So you better change again, because I'll keep that 6 o'clock.
After we get to know each other a little bit.
Okay, great. Well, we have spring finally arrived in Europe, because it was so cold, and the whole nature is about 3 weeks behind. So
Oh, wow.
from today it should get better. So that people can go out and enjoy. And because with the pandemic, I mean, even though it's nothing compared to Nepal and India, how is the situation, by the way?
Well, here in Nepal, it's gotten very, very bad, and we're in the most strict lockdown yet.
Right.
And they say our cases now are at the worst in the world, the percentage of Nepalis who have caught it. So yeah,
Wow.
we're really struggling without any access to vaccines, really. So
that's it. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
So and also for those, I mean, I got a message also from Namgyal Monastery that they have many monks that are sick, but they don't have big symptoms. And also Geshe Tashi said, who is in Serame, that now they have many cases of monks who are sick, but they don't have, they don't have to go to hospital. So then it's okay. But the moment you have somebody that can't breathe, it's life-threatening.
Yeah, and
it's
especially
life-threatening, and it could be remedy with oxygen. I mean, it's really, really sad. And
yeah, and as many countries have found out, when there's a huge bunch of cases and the health system starts to fail and there just isn't enough oxygen for everyone, it becomes a real tragedy that people who can't get access to it.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's the thing. And then as always, it's the rich people who buy oxygen in advance, even though maybe they don't need it. And the whole thing is what happens in the world. So let's keep praying. We just did 2 Nunes. We finished 2 Nunes just now. I guess you're doing Nunes. You did Nunes as well in the nunnery, didn't you?
Well, we're in such strict lockdown, we can't gather in groups. So yeah, I don't know if some of them were able to do it in their rooms. I don't have enough access to information to know what's been happening. So I hope so.
We just did 2, like the main one on Sakadawa, and we really dedicated for the Corona situation in India and in Nepal and all these other poor countries where it's just disaster. I mean, it's hell, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for doing that. That's amazing merit, and I really rejoice. So thank you.
Do you know Choying Drolma, the kind of Swiss French nun? Because she said she did Nunes in the nunnery in Copan.
I don't. If I'm thinking of the right Choying Drolma.
She's quite young.
But you said French. You said French young.
Well, Swiss French. It's not French. She's Swiss French.
No, I don't think I do. Yeah.
Okay, but she has a heavy French accent. So she was leading one of the sessions. It was so sweet, with this French accent. So so I thought maybe you know her, but anyway. Yeah. Okay. Well, my dear Dr. Choying, all the best.
Thank
Keep
you.
safe, and may this pandemic be finished really, really, really soon, and may not something new come up afterwards.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe
Great to see you.
next week.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, I'll be at 6 o'clock.
I haven't signed up yet, so I'll try and get the spot.
Great.
Take care.
Okay, bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
So thank you for the Chenrezig team and forever who is watching and listening. What I will be doing, same thing as always, we start with taking refuge, really working on our refuge, not just, not just blah, blah as possible, but feeling something, experiencing something, having a sensation in our heart of feeling protected, of also kind of knowing that we are going into a safe direction, and the trust that these methods, we just did newness, and it was quite amazing because the last morning, when you're hungry and thirsty, we did a watermelon meditation. So I'd cut up some pieces, and people can't drink and can't eat yet, but I put it in front of them. It was a bit cruel, I do admit. But then we were meditating on looking at these watermelon and imagining that if we're hungry ghosts, even though we're hungry and thirsty, we will not perceive the water, this delicious watermelon, as watermelon, but as blood and pus. And it's thanks to the Guru and the Triple Gem that we know what to avoid and what to adapt. And that whenever we're hungry and thirsty, unless we have taken vows and do it voluntarily, food and drink is at our disposal. We don't have to fight for it. We can just take it. And that's such an amazing condition that we have, so that we should really, use this condition to again abandon what we should abandon, meaning negative karmas, and not collaborating with our negative emotions or unhelpful emotions, and creating merit, not just using it and thinking, oh, I have such a nice life, how wonderful, but also really using it to create more merit. So whoever is there listening to me, then you can be very happy because this is what we're doing at the moment. We're helping the world situation. There's no doubt that we are doing that, even though it looks very bad. We were talking once to nuns in Jerusalem, Christian nuns, and somebody was saying, well, you keep praying, but nothing ever gets better. And the nuns were saying, well, you wouldn't know how it would be if we wouldn't pray. So it could be much worse, that the whole world is in that very difficult situation. So we just keep doing it. It's good for us, good for others, good for the world. And why can we do this? Because we have the Guru who is telling us to do that. So as I said, first we're taking refuge, then we are reciting or thinking about, reflecting on the prayer to Chenrezig, because then we do Om Mani Padme Hum. If you have initiation, you can have Chenrezig absorb into you, you arise as Chenrezig, and then we do the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Okay, so you visualize in the space in front of you, Chenrezig with either 4 arms or 1,000 arms, whatever you feel more comfortable, whichever image. It's a body made out of light, translucent, radiant, like the sun, It's not just like a statue, it's like a statue which is transparent with a very strong light bulb inside. That the light goes out. It's so important to visualize light radiating, because then it kind of wakes up our nature of our mind of being spacious, radiating, luminous, clear light, all these kinds of things. So we need to nourish this. We need to connect with it. Otherwise, we kind of get stuck in the clouds all the time, and we never see the sky. So now we have as an example how it will be for us in the future when we have attained full awakening. This radiating Chenrezig in the space in front of us, then you might not feel much yet, but then you think about your Guru, which also people who participate in this prayer, most of you have a Guru, be it a male or female, in his or her human form. And then we can feel that the heart starts to open, it wakes up, there is joy, there's happiness, there's trust. There's all these experiences, or we can call them emotions, I don't know, that we actually, which is good to have when we are taking refuge. The joy we have a safe direction, the joy we are protected, somebody's looking after us, the joy somebody taught us what to do, and just the joy of knowing such a realized person is amazing. That we have contact, direct contact to these people, isn't it? So then you let the guru kind of just absorb into Chenrezig, so that you know the guru is Chenrezig, Chenrezig is the guru. And then we put all mother sentient beings around us. Father at your right side, mom at your left side. People that make you nervous or anxious or uncomfortable, you put in the space in front, or when you feel you make somebody uncomfortable or frightened or, nervous, anxious, also happens, doesn't it? Even though it's not our wish or our will, but sometimes we can feel people just don't like us, so it's okay. We don't have to dislike them as well. This is why we put them in front of us, so that they can dissolve their aversion. Behind us, friends, family, people we like to spend time with, and around us, all mother sentient beings, all in human form, but each undergoing his or her specific suffering. And especially we think about all the people with COVID-19, all the people, like the relatives of these people, all the people in the health system, so that they don't despair, they don't burn out, that they still can continue to help with strength, with kind of energy, with joy in what they're doing, instead of thinking, oh gosh, what am I doing here? It doesn't help. We think everybody is undergoing suffering. So, and we think we're taking refuge, so this suffering can be kind of first helped and then eliminated by taking refuge. And we think everybody is taking refuge with us. And we take especially refuge in the last line, in our Buddha potential, that we know that we don't have to stay in samsara, but we need to really, really, really want to get out of it. Because there's no place where we are protected. Now we think if we're in the West, oh, I'm okay, I'm protected. Yeah, but then how do we know what comes afterwards? So then this wish, I'm taking refuge because why? Because I want to actualize my potential. I want to be able to live my values that I have already now, spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly. So we do 3 times. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we recite the prayer of King Thangtong Gyalpo. Oh, finally I got the name right. I don't know if you can already see it, but just in order to be safe, I open it again. Yeah. So Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche says, and we can really trust that if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. Why does he have this power? Because he made all these promises on his bodhisattva path. So then that is what is giving the power. So then first request for the following things to happen. Let me make it a bit bigger. First request, Chenrezig, for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. So the Buddhas cannot do the things for us. but they can protect us from doing stupid things, like unhelpful things, negative things, or unskillful or destructive actions that would again result as being reborn in a lower state. So that is the protection of the Guru. So whenever we keep him in our heart, meaning whenever we remember Chenrezig, then we are protected, because then the mind shifts. It comes out of the attitude of kind of wanting to harm or self-cherishing into bodhicitta. That's the protection. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please guide me and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-Looking One. Now, we wouldn't have to ask for that, the protection, the guiding, but we say it because so we are open to receive the protection and the guidance. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemy, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path to the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6th syllable, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So we have made that connection to Arya Chenrezig. Means now, again, as I said, if you have initiation, you visualize Chenrezig coming to your crown, melting into light. The light absorbs into you to wake up that Dharmakaya, the Buddha nature that we have. You dissolve your 5 contaminated aggregates, the 80 conceptions, into the clear light, like all the clouds gone that cover this clear light, like the sky. And out of this spacious, luminous, undescriptible state of clear light, you rise as Chenrezig, either 4-arm, 1,000-arm. And you think now from your body, light is going out in all directions and bringing exactly what everybody needs in order to be able to survive that pandemic. And not just that, but in order to be protected from the 5 poisons, and especially to be protected from the self-cherishing, who is at the root of these 5 poisons of attachment, anger, jealousy, pride, miserliness, and wrong views and doubt and all these things. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then you can visualize, thanks to our aspiration, our bodhicitta, thanks to the fully enlightened mind of Chenrezig already, who has been unified with our mind, and through sending out these light rays, all beings have transformed into Arya Chenrezig. And it's important to visualize that, so that our mind gets used to see Buddhas instead of seeing ordinary things. Because what do we know? Maybe some people, or maybe older people who are sick, are Chenrezig, who manifest sickness in order for us to do practice and in order for us to generate compassion. And maybe I'm the only one who is not enlightened yet. How do we know? But that doesn't mean then you think like, oh, everybody enlightened, so I don't need to do the prayers. Doesn't mean that. We also do these prayers for our own enlightenment, so that we can be a real benefit afterwards. Okay. Then you can, if you want, you can transform into Thangtong Gyalpo, where you see his form here. And with a lot of confidence that this is making a lot of difference, we recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We'll do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its result, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we make the dedications to strengthen, to fortify our bodhicitta by knowing what we're doing right now. This is exactly the right thing. There's not much else. There's nothing else we can do anyway. And the more power we give these prayers, the more we are kind of convinced that they work. They will work because it's all samsara. It's all merely labeled anyway. So don't think because it's merely labeled that it doesn't work. Because it's merely labeled, because things are empty, all this works. It's all skillful means to transform our mind. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrating beings without exception to that state, like our Guru is leading us to that state. Then for the long life prayer for His Holiness Dalai Lama, I'm almost out of time here. Then, Chiten Kamdi Pende Malupa Gale Chungwe Sapeli Shinor Kajin Chume Tenzing Yatsola Sawate So Tu Chelun Jusho. Then for the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishing magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, you disciples, please live long, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems, in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. We seal it with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from its own side. And because everything is empty, the pandemic can stop and we can get out of this bloody samsara, I almost said. Hello, Venerable Damchu. So nice to see you.
Good morning, Venerable Losang. Lovely to see you too.
So let's get out of this bloody samsara, isn't it? It's like,
oh, why? What do we practice then?
Exactly. What do we practice then? While helping all others to get out of samsara.
Yeah, well, you know, let them buggers do something themselves. No, I know what you mean.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. It's,
okay.
I had to rush. I forgot what time it was. So
Oh,
luckily you were still there.
It's okay. I always have something to blah, blah, blah about. So
oh, that's all right.
I would have waited until you appeared. And if you wouldn't have appeared, I would have just continued probably.
See, that's why I love this crew here. You know, everybody helps everyone, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Little mini samsara.
Because it's 6 o'clock in the morning or 6:30 here. I don't have anything urgent to do. So you know, I have to do, but not urgent. I would have just continued.
Oh, bless you.
So
no, it's good to see you. And
yeah, it's good to see you too.
So you have when are you is it in July you're traveling on?
July, it's middle of July, but then I still have in August, I still have in Graz in Austria a 21 Tara retreat. So
oh, wonderful.
So we'll see. Which is finished 2 nuns actually in Switzerland here for the Sangha. So that was very nice.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful practice, isn't it?
It is. You never know what happens, isn't it? I mean, that was the thing. I remember the very, very first one. That was my very first practice. Yeah. And I was so naive. Naive because I thought, oh, fasting, you know, I'm chubby chap, you know.
Yeah, right.
Will do you good, you know. And I said to some of my Dharma friends, are you coming to the Nook? They laughed. I said, why are you laughing? You find out.
Yeah,
I said,
right.
why? No, that's too hardcore for us. I said, I don't know what they're talking about. And it was really, I remember, it's if it doesn't get you mentally, it might get you physically, or get you in both ways.
Yeah,
or
right.
you just have this nice, easy run. You go like, I don't know what they're complaining about.
Right, exactly.
And, you know, but it's a wonderful, wonderful practice. And it's definitely a joyous event, you know, It's been a while. You know,
are you in Rwanda now, or you are still in England?
Well, no, I'm meant to be going. I'm meant to be going over in July,
right?
For a few days, and then, but you know, then hopefully in August, completely.
Okay.
But of course now Germany and France said, "Oh, UK travelers quarantine," you know, and. Yeah, and then coming back because France is on the amber list. That would mean another 10 days unless you buy yourself out.
Yeah,
so I have to have a look. I'm at the moment sitting there watching how it's going.
Okay.
I mean, if you know, it's been a long journey with Brexit and COVID and everything else.
Yeah.
There have been some delays, but it is what it is, you know. And I think that's. And I think that's what I've probably come to appreciate, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we haven't understood impermanence, and that's nothing we can trust before, I think we definitely can see it now. Yeah. So. And you become quite flexible and you say, well, because me also, you know, people ask me, what are you going to do? I say, I don't know. It really depends how the world is.
Yeah.
And I don't need to make plans. You know, this is the nice thing about being monk or nun. I don't have anything. I don't have a household. I don't have pots and pans and furniture. So I just have like a suitcase and a few boxes, and that's it. So I don't need to store this stuff. I can just leave, and that's it.
Yeah.
So it's nice.
And I think what was the best advice I've ever been given was by a fellow Dharma friend. He said, don't talk about certain things. It just creates obstacles.
Yeah,
if you talk about it too much, you know, people are going to ask questions. Oh, why you're not moving on yet? Why you're not doing this? Why it's not that? And then you start doubting yourself, and then this and that. You know, let it be. You know, do it. You know, when you're ready, do it. And I thought that was a really, really good advice, because sometimes we talk about it, and then of course people go like, "You've been talking about this for 5 years,"
and you're
you
still
know.
not there.
You know, then nobody takes you serious, and that is true. You know, it's and then of course you always have to justify.
Yeah.
You know, and that becomes sort of a tediousness to that. But now, I hope we still see you around, though.
Yeah,
you know,
of course. You know, I think what I will be doing, because I really see how I don't want to teach anymore, because teaching is for the younger people who have, you know, have studied these study programs and all this. But leading either Tara retreats or Nunes or things like this, I find this, I find it much more beneficial for me also, and for others, and to also leave some space for the young people who have done all these study programs, you know, for the teachings, because I haven't done any study programs. Yeah, so I was going to the library in Dharamsala, and you know, this is where I got my knowledge from, but it's not as structured and organized as it is now.
But then you also have to say it's also nice to know you had the full immersion, didn't you? I mean, because you spent quite some time over in Dharamsala.
Yeah.
So you could feed off, you know.
Of course. I mean, you know, the blessings you get from getting so many, just 10 days, but still, Lam Rim teachings from Chado Rinpoche, Ribo Rinpoche, Demalocho Rinpoche, Lati Rinpoche, who just came to Tushita and taught in the afternoon for 10 days. I mean, this was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you.
So,
yeah.
But as you say, it is as it is. And so, but the teachings, I think I leave the space for younger people. So that is good.
Oh.
Okay, my dear. So what I just wanted to say to the audience, if anybody's watching, I don't know. But anyway, if you look at all the Sangha who is doing this, none of them is depressed. None of them is in despair. Even the people in Nepal who are totally in lockdown, you know, I mean, come on, take them as an example that you don't have to be depressed. You have to do something about this pandemic that you feel helpful and useful, and then the depression goes. So this is for the spectators. This is for the people who are watching. Because it's amazing, whomever you meet, you know, is like now here, because you meet a lot of them if you change time. Then it's like, they're all well mentally. So how can anybody say that this is not working? We are the living proof, Damchu, thanks to you also. So because we are exposed to the public now, thanks to you.
No. I think it's
yeah. So like that. So take them as an example, you know. It's amazing.
But you know, I found it also over the last, I think it's sort of the last 7-8 years in the line of work that I was engaged in, I've been engaged in. I found that particularly the young generation, you know, there's such, I don't know what it's like over in Switzerland, but here in the UK, so you know, the teenagers, everybody, not everybody, but a great percentage is really affected by depression and anxiety.
Yeah.
And you know, you go, really, were we like that? And have I missed all this? But it's really, I found more and more that I'm dealing with mental health issues, you know, in the simplest form. But I think also it's that constant exposure to social media, having the mobile phone always on, you know, always having to be available. And I think there was a German study who said actually because of that expectation to have to be constantly available.
Exactly.
You never have a break, and then all that you know, the feed that comes off the social media, and it's really it's sad. It's sad to see, you know, but yeah, wherever I can, so.
Yeah, it's true, because also, you know, we have this dedication list for all the pujas, and I do every day with names, with names. And again, I have a 14-year-old who committed suicide on the list. So it's like this. I've never had so many people, dead people on the list who committed suicide right then now. So
yeah, it's mad.
So a good thing we have the Dharma and each other, isn't it? So
yes,
and the Guru.
yeah, it's something to, you know, it's yeah, it's true. It's good to keep
A
going.
refuge. Yeah, we have a refuge that holds in whatever situation.
Yeah. And I have to say, I've also come to appreciate the community here.
Right.
You know, when we started off, when it was sort of who I'm actually handing over to, you heard the names, but you never met the people.
Right.
But, you know, I think we, in a strange way, you know, Rinpoche really, I think, knew what he was doing when he said, just do this internationally, get together. And because it brought us all closer together. Otherwise, you would just be losing somewhere in Switzerland.
Right.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And even over YouTube and Zoom, you know, people comment, you know, the warmth that exists amongst members, you know, and I thought that is a really nice feedback we're getting from you know, third parties. So it's a great thing. So thank you very much for being part of it.
Thank you. This is okay. I think I keep that 6 o'clock slot on Saturday morning, actually.
Yeah.
Because this is when I have time, and then I can do what else, you know. Because today we have Geshe Tashi, by the way, teaching on Mahamudra, and also I think you also advertised it in the Foundation of Buddhist Thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a busy man, you know, despite being
he's a very busy man.
Always in demand.
And they do have COVID now also in the monastery.
Yeah.
But last week he said that nobody is seriously sick. They just have the virus, but they didn't have to bring anybody to hospital, or they didn't need oxygen. And he also said that if somebody gets sick, they don't even try to bring them. I mean, if somebody gets seriously ill, they will not even try to bring them to the hospital in Mysore. They just keep them there and try to treat them there. But it's a difficult situation, because also these young monks, you know, to keep them in their rooms, wow. Not easy.
Good luck.
Yeah, as you say, good luck. Yeah.
But they're in good hands with Geshe Lama. I mean, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
It's actually my third anniversary since I took vows with him.
Oh, okay.
So it's really, I thought that was really funny. And then it was funny. I thought when I was doing the letter, I thought 29th of May. You know, that was I took, and it was Sakadava as well, which was wonderful.
Right.
You know, just before I went to Sarah.
Yeah.
So no, bless him.
Congratulations.
He's much missed, but it's funny how quick time goes.
Yeah.
And how quickly things change as well. You know, it's when I took the vows, I thought, oh dear, you know, where we're going with this, you know, because you know yourself when you think back. I don't know how it was for you, but in the West, it's unusual, and people you were practicing with for years suddenly treated you different, just instantly. They put on the ropes and things changed. And it's like, whoa, you know, that's something nobody prepares you for, you know, the instant.
Exactly.
You know? So yeah, that is, well, it's fun. I would have never thought I would be here today, you know, doing this with wonderful people. You know, it's been a great journey. So anyway,
okay.
and well, I see you hopefully next week.
And have a good day.
I will try. You too. Take care, man. Good morning, everyone. My name is Damche, as you probably gathered. It's good to catch up. So we got 15 minutes. And then we got Venerable Temper taking over at 6. So yeah, my apologies. If we just take a moment to refocus the mind. And if we just consider why we're here this morning, what our motivation is to be here. And if we recite the 4 immeasurables to help generate bodhicitta, may I always enjoy the happiness and the causes of happiness. Sorry, not may I, may all beings enjoy the happiness and the cause of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. If we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying nectar, clearing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. As the body is being filled with this great purifying light nectar, all delusions are cleansed away atom by atom. We can feel our bodies begin to glow. The more of the karma is being washed away, burned away, revealing our true nature, our body nature. As we can feel the glow building up within us, we recognize that a lot of harm has been done through the actions of our body, speech, and mind over all these lifetimes, and that we have created suffering not just for ourselves but for others. Acknowledging our faults, we now invite our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they also may be liberated from samsara. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having asked our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased. As the Guru smiles upon us, we can feel the purifying essence intensifying, burning away more and more of the negative karma and delusions, filling us more and more with that radiant light. And as we begin to fill up with more and more light, we also exchange ourselves with the Guru. Light go back and forth. And again, we recognize that it's through body, speech, and mind that we have created harm. Om represents this aspect of our nature right now. But we want to transform it in the aspect of the Guru, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind. Both are represented by Om. In order to escape, we need to transform, acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru, and also then how we radiate light to all other sentient beings. And as more and more join, we fill the space more with light. We become one with the Guru, we become one light. With all beings and the Guru, we become one source of love and compassion in the aspect of the Guru. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Having recognized our faults of previous actions of body, speech, and mind, having asked sentient beings for forgiveness, and having taken refuge in the Guru, exchanging ourselves with the good Guru and all sentient beings reciting many mantras, may we see ourselves now as purified. And holding on to that pure state, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all the sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond be reborn under favorable condition. And may those who suffered any other hardships, by whatever means, be given the necessary resources so that they may be returned to a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends and families, and the community at large. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grasping illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names deaf are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interviews, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of God's innocence and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. Man and body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the missiles of whose names death are beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. Man and body beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we dedicate to all mother sentient beings. All sentient beings may be free from suffering and the causes. May we be the cause for them to be free of suffering, enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in studies and leading teachings and carrying out valuable translation works, etc. May the Sangha community live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the precious Gurus in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who supports the Sangha in so many different ways, by offering time, expertise, and finances to ensure that centers can run, projects can come off the ground, that may benefit all other sentient beings. May the lay community have long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha community and the Dharma, and may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus for guiding us so expertly along the way, setting a simple task at the beginning of the journey, and then more expertly guiding us into more complex practices, so that we may benefit all other sentient beings, not just for our benefit, but for the benefit of those sentient beings. May the wishes of our precious Gurus be swiftly fulfilled. May they live long and healthy lives, and if they haven't done so already, may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers, so in this first. Gangri rawe kwe jingandi pendan deva malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsui shape site badu thank you chi. Lama Zopa. Tüb zu shang xing yam gyung gel wei ten xing kun pel wei kun zu dok bo zi chok chung ke wei lek mun tu dru fa dak sok bil je gon tu sap ten shu. That is me. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. If you've been with us for earlier sessions, if you're joining us now, and particularly if you're joining Venerable Tempa, thank you very much. It's always nice to know that the Sangha who's leading has backup and support, keeps them motivated. And smiling. Hello, Venerable Tempa, how are you? And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for again diligently, hosting us on this beautiful, beautiful 29th of May. How is the situation your end?
Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah.
There's everyone's recovered. There's just a couple in quarantine, but they're just taking precaution by they just extended a few days because I think maybe they had a bit of their symptoms went a little bit longer, but I don't think so. They weren't that unwell. But yeah, everyone here is well. Apparently the nunnery, everyone has recovered there.
Yeah.
So that's wonderful. And I understand Geshe Lakpa, who was in hospital quite a while. I understand he's back and he's recovering. So that's great.
Wonderful.
And hopefully things, I don't know how things are in India. I've been a little bit, I haven't seen much in the news reported, not in the news that I watch or listen to anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I understand things are still bad, obviously, there, but hopefully they're getting the help that they need. And there's no doubt that what you're doing, what we're all doing, is helping.
Never mind what Rinpoche is doing. I mean, he was offering pujas non-stop, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Last few weeks in Kandrila as well.
Obviously,
so it's inspiring.
Yeah, he practices just as he advises. So yeah, we have.
But it's also great for you guys over there, isn't it? Because you can feed off that wonderful energy.
Yeah,
you know.
Kind
I mean,
of. Yeah.
we see the photos. We get to see some videos, but you are there. You just. I mean, the place must be brimming. You know, with the energy.
Yeah,
that
it
she
is.
brings
I
along.
mean, we're all kind of in our own little corners of the monastery, so we don't really get to share pujas and things and attend some of Rinpoche's practices or pujas. So yeah, it's not quite the same at the moment in that regard. We're just still kind of have to do our own thing mostly. I mean, there is obviously minimum number of monks in the Gompa who are doing some pujas, and only I think 8 at a time, leading some of the pujas. They did a white Tara puja for I think 3 days or so over Sakadawa. Yeah, the Lama Gulpas, they're also doing some pujas most days. So yeah, the place is still vibrating with wonderfully positive dharmic energy. So that's the main thing.
Oh, excellent. I mean, for you, actually, the pandemic has been great, hasn't it? Because it allowed you to stay longer at Kopan than your visa usually would allow, or do you have sort of a...
Yeah, well, I probably would have been here anyway because I volunteer, but but it meant I had an excuse that I didn't have to go home and see my family.
Yeah. No, I thought they only do up to 5 months at a time, visa-wise.
Yeah. Generally, they do. So,
but you're an exception. They would have allowed you to stay longer.
Yeah. Well.
No, I mean, great if you can. Wonderful karma to have, because I think Venerable because she has a different passport, they get longer. You know, they got longer than many of us. So, which blessing for her. I mean, great.
Yeah, no, it has been great for that in that regard.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well,
I better head over to you. Your audience awaits you. Tempa, look after yourself. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so thank you, Venerable Damcho, and to Chenrezig for enabling us all to come together and join for the prayerathon, which is really wonderful, and I'd like us just to generate some deep feeling of rejoicement, how wonderful it is that we're all these prayers are happening, particularly for this intense 24-hour period. How wonderful and how precious that is during these degenerate times, where virtue and and the Dharma is degenerating, and the conditions become harder for us to do virtuous practice, and so yeah, and to be supported, and for our lives to be conducive to live in Dharma, and to become ordained, but even just to be a very dedicated Dharma practitioner, even as a lay person these days, is very, very difficult. So we have to rejoice in those who are able to overcome the difficult circumstances, and rejoice that we have the peerless guidance of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to engage in this prayerathon for 24 hours. It's just, it's quite wonderful. So I feel very joyful from your heart, and that by rejoicing in virtue in these practices, then creates the cause for our own enlightenment and the enlightenment of others, but also, I guess, it creates the cause for it to continue and to grow. So with that, we recall the precious qualities of the Guru. He's peerlessly guiding us, His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, as well as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who guides so many people around the world, whether they be lay practitioners who are atheists, they don't associate with any particular religion, but also those who are religiously inclined, having the non-sectarian advice of His Holiness, and then for us, those who are interested in Buddhism and follow the Buddhist path, to have their most precious advice, and to be guided by them, who embody the Buddha, the enlightened mind, Dharma, those methods which help us to achieve that state of enlightenment and pacify our ignorance and delusions, and the Sangha, who help us to be inspired and guided to follow that path. So with that, the qualities are just immeasurable when one tries to calculate. There's no end to the preciousness and to the qualities. So with that, we take refuge in the three rare sublime ones. So from the practice, liberating suffering from disease, by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, that we have the motivation and refuge lines. So we recite those together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So visualize one's Guru in the space before yourself, before us, in the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. and is completely pleased with our seeking refuge, and grants us the blessings of his protection or her protection. Then I would like to recite the thought, 8 verses of thought transformation, just to deepen our motivation for the practice that we're about to engage in, the prayers that we're about to recite, and so forth. So we understand the nature of our lives, the nature of samsara, the nature of the way our mind's condition is suffering, and that is due to self-grasping, our ignorance, grasping at ourself as truly existent and cherishing ourselves more than others is the creation of all the negative experiences that we meet with in this life, beginningless lives of past and in the future. So these verses of thought transformation we have to reflect on these regularly in order to transform our selfish mind. So this practice helps us to transform our selfish attitude into a bodhicitta attitude, wishing all sentient beings to be free from suffering and all of its causes. So determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them as dear at all times. So just reflect on the meaning of each verse and try and generate a sense of sincerity within one's heart to cultivate the aspiration contained within each verse. Wherever I am and whomever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. Vigilant at the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and sufferings, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. When, out of envy, others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my guru. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers, I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. Then think that having generated the mind with the aspiration to transform one's mind in this way, our Holy Guru is completely satiated and transforms into the aspect of Guru Chenrezig with a pure white holy body, youthful, and radiant. The essence of pure white light, he stands upon a variegated lotus and moon, above the level of the crown of our head in the space before us. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful and radiant. The right face is green, the left red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left green. They each have long, narrow eyes and smiling expressions. And above those is black, wrathful face with barred fangs, wrathful wrinkles, a third eye, and orange hair standing upright. And upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, the nature of our own Guru. And Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The jewel bodhicitta. His second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations and pacifying the hunger and thirst of the hungry ghosts. And his fourth right hand holds a Dharma chakra. On his left side, his left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. And the third left hand holds a water vessel. And the fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. And in the palm of each hand is an eye representing 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon, gazing down upon us with protection. And we are surrounded by numberless sentient beings, spread out as infinite like space. And we're closely surrounded by all those who are sick and ill and suffering with various other mental illnesses, particularly those suffering with COVID-19. And Guru Chenrezig is adorned on the brow with a white syllable Om, his throat a red syllable Ah, and his heart with a blue Hum. He is adorned by many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks. And at his heart is also Mumadala, upon which stands a seed-syllable Shri, which emits beams of pure white light glittering brilliantly and raining down upon ourselves and all sentient beings, pacifying all of our sufferings, body, speech, and mind, as it passes through the central channel from the crown of our head, purifying all those negativities, obscurations, illusions, the causes of all our sufferings. And we maintain that visualization as we recite the 6-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. But let's focus on the purification of one's own self with that white light passing through one's central channel. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. Now focus on the purification of all sentient beings as that pure white light from Chenrezig's heart descends into the crown of their heads, into their central channel, purifying all those negativities, obscurations, and delusions from beginning this time. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Veding, 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 Omani Veding. Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding. Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding, Omani Veding. Now visualize that pure white light separates into multicolored light rays, raining down upon all sentient beings and granting them all, including ourselves, realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment. All sentient beings attain the state of Buddhahood and become Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Veding, 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 Om Visualize that oneself and all sentient beings as infinite like space into the state of Chenrezig. All becomes infinitely pure and peaceful, and in the nature of compassion. And with that, we recite the prayer, the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, to liberate Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that look like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered to separate the body from the mind in an instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rest sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. It generates strong conviction that one's aspirations, particularly those of this prayer, without doubt, will come to be fulfilled. With immediate effect. And we dedicate with the prayer from Bodhisattva Charyavatara, from the dedication chapter. May all beings everywhere plagued by suffering in mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I to remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. We dedicate merits or any virtue we've created, and sealing with emptiness due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who exist in my name. May the I which exists in my name quickly achieve that state of complete enlightenment which exists in my name. And lead all sentient beings who exist in my name to that state of Buddhahood which exists in my name. By myself alone, who exists in my name, does not exist from its own sight. And we dedicate all of these merits and through reflection on emptiness to our precious holy gurus, that they may live long, healthy lives, and may all their prayers be spontaneously fulfilled. So in particular for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And likewise for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And rejoice in our practice today and all those who participated in this prayer-a-thon and all the virtue created in recent time during the period of Sakadawa, and all those numberless virtues we've created in previous lives and all others have created in previous lives. In particular, our precious gurus and all the bodhisattvas and the enlightened ones, and those enlightened activities of the present, and all those virtues themselves and all other ordinary and holy beings will go on to accomplish in the future. May all be auspicious for that. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute again. And good morning or good afternoon.
Good
or
morning,
good
good
evening
morning.
to Raffaello.
Yeah, it's me. Oh, where are
Buongiorno.
you now? Buongiorno. Where are you in this?
I'm in Kopan Monastery.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow. How is going there now, but getting better, isn't it?
Yeah, things are quite fine here, much more stable, and we're in quite a good, much stronger position now. So we just have to try and
that's good
keep
news.
it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
But so we're still taking lots of precautions here for everyone to keep safe and keep things.
For sure. Rinpoche is okay. You see him every day? Do you see him every day?
No, I haven't got to see Rinpoche for some time. I've seen him like when he's going up to the top of the hill to do his prayers a while ago. But no, I think he's because we all have to stay in in our rooms and things as much as possible.
I see. So you see him like we see online.
Yeah.
Good. So you are there. Okay.
That's all that's as much as we get at the moment. But it's wonderful just to be here and surrounded by all the monks in the community here. It's very supportive and inspiring and reassuring.
Yeah. Good.
Wonderful to meet people like yourself online too. Right. You're in Italy?
Yeah. I'm in Italy. Yeah.
Okay. Institute of Lama Tsongkhapa?
Well, nearby. I'm in my house.
Okay.
Well, actually, my parents' house. Who just here. Okay.
Oh, wonderful. Well, very nice to meet you, and I hope you're safe. Okay, you're safe, right? And
yeah. I just took the vaccination, so you know the situation in Italy looks like it's getting better and better. So let's see if it will be like that for long. Okay, thank you.
Okay, nice to see you. Take care. Keep well.
Bye. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Adesso appunto il nostro incontro è in italiano. E quindi cominciamo. Buongiorno Tenzindeki. Oh, sei nel gompa.
Sì, in gompa. Grazie.
Bene, allora cominciamo in questo modo, come al solito. Ci mettiamo in posizione meditativa, schiena diritta, e passiamo qualche minuto per calmare corpo e mente. Rilassare il corpo e rilassare la mente. con una mente presente e rilassata e un corpo rilassato, cerchiamo di rinfrescare e far sorgere la motivazione corretta, e come strumenti che possiamo usare per uscire dal torpore che la pigrizia, noi esseri ordinari, induce, ci appoggiamo su alcune considerazioni. Da un tempo senza inizio siamo nell'esistenza ciclica, in questo incubo esistenziale, dove si passa da una vita all'altra senza nessun controllo, ma questa volta abbiamo una preziosa rinascita umana. Quindi valutandone le qualità, l'altro strumento di cui ci dobbiamo adottare e tenere presente è la morte in permanenza, per cui questa condizione non sarà per sempre, ma può cessare da un momento all'altro. Per cui ci dobbiamo stimolare ad agire ora e adesso. E questo modo di agire è soprattutto basato sul controllo della nostra mente, per evitare azioni inconsulte e distruttive delle nostre aspirazioni di felicità e non sofferenza. Quindi non solo un controllo della nostra mente per indirizzare la nostra continuità verso vite future conducive per la pratica del Dharma, come quella di ora, ma anche per uscire completamente dal samsara. L'altro strumento di cui ci dobbiamo altro strumento di cui abbiamo bisogno è la grande compassione, considerando che tutti gli esseri, così preziosi come sono i Buddha, sono stati estremamente gentili con noi e non li possiamo abbandonare e pensare solo al nostro unico beneficio, ma dobbiamo pensare anche al loro beneficio. È il modo migliore per rendere loro il servizio che ci hanno fatto è quello di diventare un Buddha a nostra volta, per poterli guidare verso la liberazione definitiva. Quindi con questi strumenti spendiamo qualche minuto per far sorgere e rinforzare la nostra motivazione. Quindi ora immaginiamo di fronte a noi Buddha Chenrezig, quindi l'altra parte degli esseri che rappresenta le altre parti degli esseri estremamente preziose per noi, cioè gli esseri completamente realizzati, il Buddha, in questo caso la manifestazione della grande compassione, Chenrezig, e prendiamo rifugio immaginando attorno a noi tutti gli esseri senzienti che prendono rifugio assieme a noi. Prendono rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possono ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendono rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possono ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendono rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possono ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi ora recitiamo il mantra e mentre recitiamo il mantra immaginiamo che da Chenrezig di fronte a noi raggi di luce potenti che provengono dal suo cuore pervadono completamente il nostro corpo purificandolo e così pure pervade il corpo di tutti gli esseri visualizzati attorno a noi facendo la stessa operazione di purificazione e di arricchimento delle qualità interiori. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Om mani padme 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 Om mani padme. Bene, quindi ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva, la recitiamo una volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere del Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E a questo punto, sempre pensando a Chenrezig di fronte a noi, immaginiamo che il Buddha della compassione si pose sulla sommità del nostro capo, assumendo la dimensione di un pollice, e penetra dentro di noi attraverso il canale centrale e si assorbe il nostro cuore, e la mente di Chenrezig e la nostra mente si mescolano come acqua nell'acqua e diventano inseparabili. Quindi contempliamo per qualche secondo la nostra mente dopo questo incontro. Ed ora dedichiamo i meriti che abbiamo generato in questa breve sessione fatta assieme. Come sempre, come ci ricordano i nostri maestri, le cose importanti sono la motivazione, la presenza mentale mentre si compie un'azione di Dharma, e la dedica. La dedica è estremamente importante proprio per mettere a dimora i meriti, l'energia positiva che abbiamo accumulato, e fare in modo che non si disperda, anzi che produca sempre di più benefici. E il modo migliore è quello di dedicare i meriti motivati da bodhicitta. E quindi è proprio la bodhicitta verso cui noi subito dedichiamo. Quindi possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. E ovviamente per poter ottenere lo stato di liberazione finale, quindi lo stato di Buddha, per essere in grado di beneficiare di esseri senzienti, l'antidoto principale è proprio la realizzazione della vacuità. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi dedichiamo per i malati, perché e soprattutto per coloro che soffrono, che stanno soffrendo in modo incredibile per questa pandemia che già da oltre 1 anno e mezzo interessa il mondo intero. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E per far sì che noi possiamo appunto continuare nel nostro percorso, dobbiamo ogni vita incontrare un perfetto guru. E quindi dedichiamo per questo, questa è una preghiera di aspirazione. Posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Posso godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E quindi adesso dedichiamo per essere in grado di essere sempre di servizio agli esseri senzienti. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, posso essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E poi dedichiamo i meriti sigillandolo con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte. Possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato, che è completamente vuoto esiste dalla sua parte. Da solo, che sono completamente vuoto, esiste dalla mia parte. E quindi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità, che è il Buddha vivente in questo momento, indiscutibilmente lo è. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplicano, posso i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo.
Hello, Venerable Raffaello.
Hello, Techo. Venerable Techo, how are you?
Very well. How are you in Italy?
Yeah, it's okay. Now finally summer is arriving, and so flowers blossoming and everywhere very green. So it's
very beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
really something to offer all the time now.
In the south of France, it's very much the same.
Yeah, what you say?
In the south of France, where Nalanda is very much the same.
Okay, good. I'm glad for that. So very good, very good. Yes. Okay, Venerable Techo, now it's your turn. So I pass you.
Thank you very much.
I pass you there.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, me too. I'm very happy to see you. Okay.
Okay, be well. Have a good weekend.
Take care. Ciao a tutti. Arrivederci.
So, I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. This is absolutely wonderful. What would we have done without you? And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who is doing the administration of these weekly Zoom meetings. Thank you very much. And just let us think for a moment while we're doing this practice, how we're doing it, what we're including in our thoughts. And where do we think it will lead us? Then visualize all sentient beings, the humans, the animals, intermediate state beings, the gods, the demigods, and all the others, the hell realms, the spirits, all of them at one point were human. So think of them in their human form, all around you, all the way to the horizon, sitting next to you. And think that ultimately, this is how we're leading them to enlightenment. But at the moment, as I am not enlightened, I don't know about you, I can only wish them to be free from any disease and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a practice that Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who is definitely enlightened, suggested that we can do. So this is a Buddhist practice, so we can start by taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies, gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sitting beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization of this practice I took from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. It's a visualization that Lama Zopa Rinpoche led the participants in Madrid in 2009. And obviously you will see that I adapted it a bit. So let us visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Beautiful, serene, harmonious, wise, compassionate. Has 11 heads, 1,000 arms. In each palm there is an eye. The arm closest to the body hold implements. He has silken garments, necklaces, armlets, bracelets, a tiara on the head. His loving kindness looks everywhere. Now move this visualization of Chenrezig to the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human being, Sura, Asura, intermediate state being, all of whom are sitting around you in human form. And yourself as well. And from each and one of the 1,000 armed Chenrezig, nectar beings are emitting. And then entering into the body and mind of all sentient beings. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. And we should know that any sickness, spirit harm, the cause of those is negative karma and defilements collected from beginning as free birth up to now. And with these nectar beams, they are completely purified. Now we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in lockdown, people are in hospitals, on respirators. People are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. These nectar beams that are emitted from 1,000 armed Chenrezig, completely purifying any sickness and any spirit harm, constantly purifying with the visualization and the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. So we have to request Chenrezig to guide, to teach us, to show us the way. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize the suffering as extensive as possible. And maybe more importantly, that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. Suffering is big, and it can be purified. And from the soul practice, I took the following: the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras and suras, and the intermediate state being, and all human beings are especially those who are affected mentally, physically, financially, socially from the COVID-19 pandemic, from all of whom I received all the past, present, and future happiness, as most precious and most kind ones in my life. I must free them all from suffering and its cause, and bring them to compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must achieve compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. And there's nothing more important than that. So for that, we must receive the blessings of the compassionate Buddha. So we can recite the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, a compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. I'd like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all the others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Now we can chant the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And the actual prayer, I would like to, if we have time, to recite it 7 times. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of Graha spirits, innocent of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all bodies being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocence of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due from the life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the kingly Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and growth does not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the king's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the king's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And for our last recitation, may all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, innocence of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the king's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000 Om Chenrezig. We can dissolve it into a sphere of light that is absorbed into you and permeates your whole body. And I can start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from any sickness. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the quality of the grounds of path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Lawson Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friends in all our lives, may we never turn away even for a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of victorious one Lawson Japa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom, unending bliss and emptiness. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa, way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my Rusha virtue with dedication praise to the best, by the gone beyond victorious one of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Lawson Japa shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. This way may be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And for the long lives and the fulfillment of the wishes of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus in hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And to Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, effortlessly, tirelessly, all the time, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, please live long and be very happy. Thank you very much. And I see my sister Ciliana. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome,
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again.
Yes. Today I'm between two Italians.
Oh, yes, it's true.
I was with Raffaello.
Yeah, very good. Very good. You are well?
Yeah, I'm very well. Very happy.
Good.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yes.
Yes.
And the community there in Nalanda, is everything okay?
Everything is okay. Everybody is healthy. Everybody is well. Yes.
Good. Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Ciao.
Have a good weekend. Thank you.
You too, dear. Ciao, ciao. See you next week. Ciao.
Yes. Ciao.
Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti. First of all, I'd like to thank all the Chenrezig Institute high-tech team that is supporting us with this event that is already the 44th week now, and we are really grateful to Chenrezig Institute for all their support in this. Okay, thank you very, very much from the depth of our heart. Ok, ho ringraziato il Centro Chenrezig per darci questo supporto, questo sostegno durante tutte queste settimane. Siamo già alla 44esima settimana oggi di questa maratona di preghiera suggerita da Lama Zopa Rinpoche per pacificare questa pandemia. Sicuramente piano piano sparirà, come tutto quanto, dal momento che tutto quanto è impermanente, quindi anche questo è impermanente. Basta credere in quello che appunto sono i nostri insegnamenti. Ogni cosa che è prodotta da cause e condizioni è per sua natura impermanente. Dal momento che viene in esistenza, piano piano poi si avvicina sempre di più alla sua dissoluzione, esattamente come il nostro corpo umano. Dal momento che siamo nati, nel primo momento del nostro concepimento comincia il processo dell'invecchiamento, ok? E ogni attimo che passa ci avviciniamo sempre di più al momento della nostra morte. E avverrà di sicuro avverrà, non per il virus, non per... quelle non sono le vere condizioni per cui uno muore. Queste possono essere delle cause concomitanti che fanno sì che si esaurisca la nostra energia vitale, però questo corpo umano è della natura stessa della sofferenza, per cui è soggetto alla malattia, all'invecchiamento e alla morte. La morte poi è semplicemente un passaggio, un lasciare questo corpo e prenderne un altro, come un po' cambiare il cappotto, insomma si prenderà un cappottino nuovo. E se scegliamo un buon cappotto, è facile che potremo averne anche un corpo migliore di quello che abbiamo adesso. Quindi il modo per fare questo è quello di cercare il più possibile, sempre, continuamente, ogni momento della nostra giornata, di avere la mente nella dimensione dell'amorevole gentilezza e la compassione. Questo è ciò che potrà essere veramente di grande aiuto al momento in cui dovremo separarci dai nostri possedimenti, dai nostri amici, dalla nostra famiglia e anche da questo corpo. Soltanto la tranquillità interiore che noi abbiamo, l'amorevole gentilezza, il rifugio nella mente illuminata potranno esserci di aiuto. L'unica cosa che ci potrà aiutare in quel momento, un momento proprio della separazione di questo corpo la separazione di questo corpo dalla nostra mente. La mente proseguirà a seconda proprio delle impronte mentali che avremo accumulato durante la nostra vita. Quindi l'essenza dell'insegnamento del Buddha è non danneggiare alcun essere vivente, agisci soltanto impegnandoti in azioni che siano costruttive, quindi vuol dire che portino come risultato benessere per se stessi e per gli altri, e proteggere continuamente la mente dalle visioni distorte, particolarmente proteggi la mente dall'ignoranza, quindi sempre avere la consapevolezza di causa e effetto e dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. Quindi pensiamo che la nostra esistenza dipende da innumerevoli altri esseri viventi, che sono esattamente come noi e che desiderano stare bene e non desiderano soffrire, non avere neanche il più piccolo disagio che si sperimenta nei sogni. Quindi col respiro, inspirando energia limpida, chiara a tutti quanti gli esseri santi, che pervade completamente il nostro corpo, eliminando tutte quante le oscurazioni e gli ostacoli. E quando espiriamo, mandiamo amore e compassione a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. Quindi in qualsiasi azione noi facciamo, cerchiamo di avere la motivazione di farlo per il beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. E in particolare generiamo l'intenzione di ottenere tutte quante le realizzazioni per poter essere noi stessi in grado di essere di beneficio per tutti. Noi visualizziamo di fronte a noi Chenrezig o Thangtong Gyalpo, che è comunque una manifestazione di Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione. E su questa terra il Buddha della compassione per noi è Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che incarna completamente tutte le qualità di Chenrezig, del Buddha della compassione. Pensando a queste qualità le generiamo anche dentro di noi e queste diventano il nostro vero rifugio. Qui dal profondo del cuore recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo e prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. E immaginiamo che dal cuore di Guru Chenrezig, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o un maestro che vi ispira queste qualità di infinito amore e compassione. Sembrano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi intorno a noi. E immediatamente ricevono tutte quante le benedizioni, la realizzazione di tutti quanti i loro desideri. Tutte le sofferenze vengono pacificate. Om Mani Padme Om. 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 Oh money for me, 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 oh money for Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 no money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, no money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, no money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me, oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh. Ora possiamo recitare insieme la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando veramente al significato di queste preghiere, al significato delle parole. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri sentienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai bhuta, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. I 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia è dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano usati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhamma e dei Guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi esortati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. possono usare malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari e supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, e con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuti ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Recitiamo alcuni mantra di Tara. Om tare tu re so. 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 Ora recitiamo la preghiera di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata. Possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa d'effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati la recitiamo 3 volte. ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori, non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori, non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori, non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dal Guru perfetti, posso godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza vittoriosa Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, tutte le nostre vite possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo dal pur sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti vittoriosi dello Zandrapa, che va alla moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa ai figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati, delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza da parte mia. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non siano stati liberati da samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi e ricordarmi, e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, possa esserci felicità per sempre. Giriamo i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onora i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti di aver partecipato e vi ricordo che le prossime sessioni in italiano sono alle 10:30, alle 11 e alle 19:30. Poi oggi ci sono gli insegnamenti di Geshe Tenzin Temple dall'Istituto Lama Tsongkhapa e se siete interessati ci sono gli insegnamenti di Mahamudra da Khenpo Geshe Tashi Tserin, che è la parte del monastero di Saramè, e dà insegnamenti su Mahamudra in inglese direttamente, che tradurrò in italiano in simultanea attraverso il mio programma di Spreaker. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti, arrivederci alla prossima settimana. I see my friend Tutende Chenla. Hello, good
Hello,
morning.
Venerable Suliana.
How are you?
I'm very well, and yourself?
I'm very, very well, thank you. Where are you now? In Bendigo?
Yeah, still in Bendigo.
So in a teacher center, or you reflect by yourself?
Yes, no, we've gone into lockdown here for a week because we've had a bit of a COVID spike.
Oh, yes. I heard about 20 cases.
Yes, I know. That's right. Exactly. 34. We're up to 34.
Yes, okay, fantastic. We have, I don't know, normally about 1,000 or something every day, but I don't believe all these numbers, you know, because they're just saying numbers. It's just like a lottery, numbers of lottery.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope you are healthy and safe and everything okay.
Yeah. No, our country reacts at very little, but you know, I guess we've seen what's happened to the rest of the world, and we just don't want to take the risk at all. We're being very cautious.
Of course. Okay, dear. I'll let you your session and take care and see you next week, maybe.
Yeah. Lovely to see you, Venerable.
Nice to see you. Ciao, ciao. Ciao.
Okay, bye for now. Okay, so here we are down here in Bendigo, and glad you are here with me to do this session on our 24-hour IMI prayerathon, done as requested by our precious teacher, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, that we've been doing this every weekend now. So let's really bring our awareness into the present moment, into the here and now, and setting our motivation that the next half hour that I'm doing this with you may truly be of benefit for all sentient beings. And do this as though all sentient beings really depend on us doing these prayers. So do it with a very strong intention. Okay, so we'll start off with the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We'll just spend some time after each verse reflecting and expanding on the meaning and the intention of the words. So all sentient beings in all realms, my mothers, who's being my mothers, and who are infinite like space. So in our mind's eye, we have all beings sitting around us, taking refuge in our precious Guru, Buddha. We could have this as the wheel-turning Buddha, Guru Shakyamuni. Who connected with us all and taught the Dharma and the whole path to enlightenment. So all beings taking refuge, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. So imagine the Buddha, the Dharma, all the teachings, the texts, and the Sangha, our current teachers. Yidams and dakinis. Imagine this whole assembly above us, in the front of us. Which is also limitless like space in their numbers and in their size. That many before us have traveled this path to enlightenment and have reached enlightenment. And they are always surrounding us and supporting us. Some we are aware of in the form of our teachers, and many others we are not aware of, but are there. And they refer to this as the refuge field, and the merit field. We may have seen pictures of this. The Guru Shakyamuni merit field, refuge field, and the Lama Tsongkhapa refuge field. So in your mind's eye, develop this vast picture. All sentient beings, limitless like space, taking refuge to the merit field. The assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And ultimately, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Dharmakaya, our own Buddha nature. Which we all have, Buddha nature. It's the empty clarity of our own mind. They're all enlightened beings. They dwell in their own clarity, the Dharmakaya mind. And from this they emanate as Buddhas, as Bodhisattvas, as our teachers. So let's just spend some time visualizing our own Dharmakaya mind. And we do this by dissolving ourselves from above and below our body and our mind, that we dissolve upwards, we dissolve downwards until we come to our heart center. Our own sense of self dissolves. And we become aware of a spaciousness. Where we are present, but without any constructs, without any sense of duality. It is the great unification of method and wisdom, the mandala of great bliss, which arouses all my mindfulness and awareness, like space within itself. And as we sit in this spacious awareness, thoughts, of course, do arise. And it's all right, you just let them go. They come and they go. But allow yourself to maintain your focus on this spaciousness, the awareness of great bliss. And we can recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Which is a very powerful mantra of great bliss and great compassion. That blesses all beings within our Dharmakaya mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And just imagine great compassion coming from your heart to all beings who are sitting with you, taking refuge, who are sitting doing this practice with us. Throughout the world, we are all taking refuge, chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. And it's about not thinking about it, but just dwelling, being the great compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we are chanting Om Mani Padme Hum in ourselves, to ourselves, with the visualization of love and compassion surrounding the world, and appeasing all the suffering in relation to COVID and the suffering related to this samsaric world that we live in. And that earlier on, I was led a session, and just before me and just after me was some Sangha from Dharamsala, and that sadly they were shared the news that there is COVID actually in His Holiness's monastery at the moment. And we know that there is COVID in Kopan. And imagine that a blanket of love and compassion surrounds the world, and any people and places in particular, such as Kopan, such as His Holiness's monastery. Surrounded by love and compassion and well-being and peace, while you are chanting Om Mani Padme Hum quietly to yourself. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Blend this intention with your own. Wanting to rid the world of COVID, of suffering. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, which separates the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May this intention quickly come to fruition through the power of our aspirations, chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Just here in Victoria, we've gone down into a lockdown again, and even though we only have less than 50 cases of COVID that have been identified, just the fear, the all-pervasive fear that we all have. May this practice, the chanting of Om Mani Padme Hum, relieve this fear. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. As I chant Om Mani Padme Hum, may the intention of this verse be fulfilled. May we all be unharmed. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May the intention of this verse pervade our whole world, pervade all beings, not only in our world, but in all realms. Extend the intention of this verse to all beings who are currently taking refuge with us. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May this be the case for all beings, especially the leaders of the world, that they have long life, good health, and well-being. And only care about the happiness of us all, and have the wisdom and the passion to behave and rule in a manner that ensures that all their actions, all their policies result in long life, good health, and well-being for us all. May this be the intention of all our world leaders. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be instantly fulfilled. Just imagine in your mind's eye that this is the case, like a light bulb being turned on, that the intention of these prayers ripple throughout the world, bringing long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be instantly fulfilled. And just imagine as we say this, that the intention of this prayer, of this verse, is instantly fulfilled. And that karma, like a tsunami, like compassion, like a tsunami, pervades, flows over us all, filling us with love and compassion, good health, long life. We also dedicate these prayers, our time today together, with this intention of compassion for us all, especially we dedicate these prayers to the long life of our teachers, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Osel Hinta, all the Geshis at our centers and teachers. May we always remain connected to them. May they always teach us. And may the Dharma only flourish. May our dedication to practice increase. And throughout all our lives, where we always be united with perfect teachers who are teaching us the perfect Dharma. Okay, so thank you, and thank you to the crew up at Chenrezig who continue to maintain this platform for the prayers, for these weekly prayers, this 24-hour prayerathon every Saturday. It's wonderful to be a part of them. So, Venerable Damcho.
Venerable Dacian, how are you? You still at Bendigo?
Yeah. I'm in my house. We've just gone into lockdown here for a week. Hopefully, a circuit breaker. They're referring it to it as.
It's so interesting to see how different parts of the world do it and seem to do well with the circuit breakers. Did I hear you say there are about 50 in Victoria? And they're going.
Yeah. It's something like that. Yeah. It's it is around 50 people have been diagnosed with COVID within the last week or so, and we've gone into lockdown to stop that growing.
Yeah. See, it's. I think if it's done correctly, I mean, we spent in the UK so many months, completely in lockdown, and then they go and do these big trials, like, oh, let's get 3,000 people into a club and see how that works out. It's just mind blowing, But I'm glad it's that your government, there is your local government or region government, whatever, is quite proactive and really goes in, say, short and sharp, so that everyone can benefit afterwards. A week, I think, is bearable. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. They said they would open up again in July in the UK, but they're also talking about probably another wave, particularly with the Indian variant here. So it's It just
have you? Because a lot of people in England have gotten their vaccinations.
Yes, I've been very fortunate. I had my 2 jabs. They're talking about a third one, maybe for autumn. But then the UK also was one of the countries that was sort of pointed out as being sort of hoarders of the vaccine and not sharing with the community at large. So it's a double-edged sword. While I benefited from the vaccines being available to me, it's also sad to see that other countries have been struggling to even get hold of the vaccines.
What percentage of your country has had the vaccine now? It's a fairly high percentage, isn't it?
Yes, it's. I think the vast majority has had their first vaccine, and I think they it's about 20 million on the second vaccine or something like that. It's yeah. I mean, they're working on it. You still get a lot of people that say no, but they like to go to the pub, and then you say, okay, fine, but maybe there should be a vaccination passport. If you want to go to certain events, so many different things, and travel now has been restricted to France and Germany, and I think Austria from the UK, and they said no because of. Despite the fact that we have the vaccine, and there's sort of flare-ups. I think there are 8 areas in the UK at the moment with lockdown, which have been, again, sort of more in a vague sense identified. Said, oh yeah, if you go to Bolton, but nothing big. But they're actually in technical lockdown, so people shouldn't travel in or out. But it hasn't been communicated well. So, and it had to be corrected afterwards. They just plotted it on a website, and Yeah, so that is a bit awkward, and I hope that we can travel, because I had hoped to go over to Nalanda in July, but as it stands right now, from the UK's perspective, France is an amber country we shouldn't travel to unless it's absolutely necessary, and if you do, you should then go into isolation. But now with going to France from the UK, they say you should go into 10-day isolation when you go over there.
But I mean, you've got the vaccination, so
yeah, they're talking about it.
Us?
I think it's a little bit of the way the politicians have also behaved. It didn't probably help that with Brexit around, there's also been some interesting language used to make the UK's point. And it is what it is. You rub the wrong people the wrong way, but also, in terms of protecting their own, it's one of those. We have to see how it works with the vaccinations. I think there may be some leeway coming, but at the moment, it's an interesting thing. Because you get the vaccinations, you think we can start moving a little bit more forward, in certain ways, but there's always something.
I mean, it's interesting that this whole. I've developed a bit of a cough. I mean, I don't think it's COVID, but I went off and had myself checked today. And I'm a registered nurse, so I know how long these procedures take and what's involved, and just the level of incompetency in the medical system. Like, they seem to have about 3 or 4 too many people than they really needed to fill out a form and take my swabs. Like, it just, the level of incompetency of our politicians, of the medical system, and their lack of consistency. And it's just, I rejoice that we are ordained and we get to help in this way by saying prayers. I believe that what we are doing is the most powerful and effective thing that we can be doing too.
And it's also by keeping the stress levels down, isn't it? You keep your immune level much stronger, and having a positive outlook, it all helps, doesn't it? Rather than it doesn't mean we can't get affected, but it's mens sana corpore sano, strong mind in a healthy mind in a healthy body, and I think it works both ways. And it's been, I have to say, it's been given a nice platform. And I think many of, as you said, the Sangha who are leading here, and also those who are not leading, they have that, reduced stress level and cope with it in many ways. But as you said, there's always this conflict between, the politicians and the medical side. If something goes wrong, it's the NHS over here. If it goes well, look at our system. Although it's, maybe the system that caused the problem was privately funded, with backhanders to certain people. If it goes wrong, blame the NHS, although it might not have been NHS. If it's something the NHS does well, of course, the politicians take the credit. But I think that is just, the thing.
I think they're all incompetent.
No, that's true. It's where there's money to be made, morals usually go out of the wind. But let's hope we see an end to it soon. Anyway, you look after yourself.
You too.
You look after your cough.
It
just be a bit of dust.
No, I have come down with something. I'll just be resting and taking it easy, and it'll pass.
And thank you for showing us around the stupa, because I know you did swing around, and that was well received as well. So
Yes. I went up and took people around. I took them Shedap Ling. It's just amazing up there. Just amazing.
Yes.
Yes.
Somebody's coughing. Hello, Sarah.
I was listening into you guys, and it was just so great, because you know what? I actually wanted to thank Dechen. I was about to say Molly, sitting in your house. Yeah, and
yes, I'm in my house.
Oh, yeah, you see. So I actually wanted to thank you, because I think it's so sweet. You're doing all these different sessions and walking around Bendigo and helping out Venerable Damcha with the prayerathon, with such a happy kind of positive attitude about the whole thing. I was listening to you
guys chatting, and I thought, oh, that's such a nice chat. I'm going to join in.
Yeah, good on you. You get no, look, guys, look, you see these pictures at the back here? This is from the 1970s. It's probably one of the first promotions of a tour of Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa in Australia, and that was for the whole country, and it's just an amazing picture of them both, isn't it?
I saw it immediately. Your previous session. I'm having a good time today. I'm kind of tuning into different people, and I'm absolutely loving it. And I found out Alice is in containment. Wow, that was a bit of a shock. And I was about to tell you guys in Australia, I think we should switch, and we should all be allowed to go to Bendigo and Chenrezig, and you guys should come for a while. And then I found out that you've got COVID over there.
Well, I just had a look. We've got 45 cases, Venerable, and we've gone into lockdown. We've got 45 cases of COVID, and we've gone into lockdown.
Well, I was just looking at the New York Times. They were estimating how many cases there actually were in India. And, I don't want to get into conspiracy theories or anything, but the actual numbers and what they estimate is like the sun and the moon. And I think from my experience here that what the New York Times is saying is far more accurate. Because I know the people in Boda, I know 50% of my friends in Boda, the Western people who stay here, have all had COVID. That's Western people.
Had COVID and recovered from it.
And recovered, but some were in hospital in emergency on oxygen, and just got through. Yeah. So, recovered. And then, again, my Nepali friends, and some have been really, really sick. So it's not something you want to say, oh, I'll go through it and recover and then I can do what I want.
No.
It's a nasty, nasty sickness. It's a nasty, nasty, nasty sickness. Yeah. So it's so widespread here. I wouldn't be surprised if the figures are enormously, yeah. Anyway, I thought I just chat and
no, I'm glad you did. It's lovely to see you. And thank you for bringing us the Boda Stupa.
Thank you for bringing us Dechen. Yeah, I stayed with Molly. Yeah, didn't I?
You stayed in this room that I'm in. Yeah. The room where I'm meditating from. This is the room that you stayed in.
Yes. Okay. So shall we keep chatting?
Thank you for the amazing stuff that you do over there. Cleaning up those beautiful statues at Swayambhu.
Well, we just funded it because politically you can't get near a World Heritage Site to open up priceless statues. It was a question of funding somebody who actually could get the key to open it, to do the work for 5 days. And I'm not sure I would even want to touch such a precious statue as that. That is you saw the incredible art, and that Tara has no ornaments. We put stones and jewels and things in the statues. The exquisite beauty, and there are so many of them in this valley. Exquisite. So you've got to come back, did you?
Yes,
you got to come back.
I want to. I will. I promise.
And sometimes I just go to the rooftop and I put my hands together and I just, walk around in a circle and just prostrate. Because from my rooftop, I can see nearly 20 major monastic institutions of all 4 steps.
Oh, I so rejoice.
We're talking seriously important monasteries that are maintaining lineages that are critical in all 4 sects. And of course, that includes Kopan.
Yeah. It is such a holy place where you are. Such a holy place. Yeah,
mind-blowing. You've got to be sick somewhere, then might as well be sick where the Buddhas are.
Absolutely. Now, look, you stay safe, Venerable Sarah. Please stay safe. And I rejoice in all your efforts of practice. Thank you so much.
Since I bombed, I session bombed your session, shall we all just do some Om Mani Padme Hum together?
Yeah.
Why
All
not?
right, it's actually Damcho's center. Sorry, Damcho.
Hey.
He's got plenty.
I'm going part-time, Venerable Deshin, don't worry. Yeah, why
So
not?
you just do some Om Mani Padme Hum together.
Did I see you use your prayer wheel there spinning around in the corner of the screen?
Well, you can't because this is my backdrop. This is my false backdrop.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it now. And
Okay.
remember baby Archie, because they're making the bus lamps for him now. She's just
bless.
making them up. So you lead it. You lead it.
Yes,
Somebody
off you go.
start.
We'll stay with you, Venerable Damcho.
Well, go on, Damcho.
So should we just do the
You're the pro.
manis? Should we do manis? Okay.
Yeah, let's just do some manis together.
So anybody who just joined us, that is just an impromptu session. It's just wonderful to have Venerable Deshin and Venerable Sarah here. Sarah doing
We're jazzing. We're jazzing.
We're just chanting now because we've got what have we got? We got about 15 minutes left for of this session. Interesting talk though, to hear Venerable Deshin talk about Bendigo and Venerable Sarah talking about the wonderful views where she is at near Kathmandu, and seeing all the wonderful monasteries and places of learning of the many traditions. So if we just set our mind briefly, just get the focus back in after all that lovely chat. And if we recite Mani Padme Hum for the remainder of the session, and if you remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, our afflicted body, speech, and mind. And in order to escape samsara, we need to transform body, speech, and mind in the aspect of the holy essence of body, speech, and mind of the gurus, represented all by Om. We need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine that in Hum. So as we recite, keep on visualizing through the recitation. The Guru blesses us with purifying nectar light and helps us transform from our aspect of body, speech, and mind to the holy essence of body, speech, and mind, so that we may benefit all sentient beings wherever they are, especially throughout the pandemic. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. let's at least recite one of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, one recitation. May we recite with a true heart and with the purest wish to benefit all other sentient beings. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond are facing the bardo right now. May they be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who have experienced hardships, not just through the pandemic, but through other means as well, may they be given whatever resources are required to restore themselves to a state of happiness that is free of suffering. And may we be the cause for the happiness. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 weird spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility, may karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled.
Ciao.
Oh, that is so nice. Thank you for lending your energies, Venerable.
I just want to tell Venerable Dechen, in brackets Molly, my friend Molly, that I'm really hoping that at the end of this pandemic, if it ever ends, that you're going to have a nice big celebration teaching with Rinpoche in the stupa. And I am booking my flight now.
You do that. And I will be at the airport ready to pick you up.
Oh, no, never again. Okay, take care, everyone. Hi, Paloma.
Take care. Much love to everyone. Thank you very much, Venerable Deshin. Thank you very much, Venerable Sarah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
take care, take care. Lots of love.
Lots of fun. And just before I hand over to Venerable Paloma, let me just do the dedications so that we can hand over. Okay, may we dedicate to the benefit of our mother sentient beings, our precious Sangha community and our gurus, and the lay community. May all beings, may they all have long life, long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from the Dharma and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible, and this in all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayer for holiness in Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kuvi shingam di pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shape si te badu thank you hochi. Tup tsil shang xing yam gun gelwe Tenzing kun pelwe kun zo dok po tse chok som kewe leg mun tu tru. Thank you everyone who joined me throughout the session. Thank you very much again to Venerable Deshin and Venerable Sarah for you know, providing the extra energy for this impromptu session where it recited so many Mani mantras. It was really lovely to have you all on board. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently, for everyone who joined us in these sessions on a weekly basis. And if you're new, hope you find benefit in the sessions that we do. And we have Venerable Paloma waiting in the wings. And Paloma, you know what I'm saying? Before you hand over, did you bring the book?
I have in the other room.
Okay, no worries. You have to bring it this evening then. I was just helping promote the wonderful work our Spanish family have done. Venerable Paloma, lovely to see you. I hand over to you. I know you have many people waiting in the wings, waiting for your lead, and I see you this evening. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you soon. See you. Bye-bye. Chao. Bueno, pues nada, buenos días a todos. Gracias, Venerable Fabio y Venerable Drolma. Hoy no se nos juntará Venerable Begoña porque le operaron ayer de un ojo, ¿vale? Y hoy tiene revisión, estará ahora justo en el hospital, o sea que, pero bueno, ha ido bien, es muy rapiditas esas operaciones, entonces ya está. Igual esta tarde ya se nos puede juntar. Y bueno, thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for your continued support, y también for the IMI for the continue organizing, especially Dancho, organize this event, this prayerathon. Nada, damos las gracias al Chenrezig Institute y también al Instituto Mahayana Internacional, el IMI, que bueno, algunos de vosotros quizás sí lo sabéis, otros no tanto. El IMI es como el organismo dentro de lo que es la FPMT en el que todas, que cuida por la Sangha, en el que todos los compañeros de monjes y monjas estamos unidos a través de este organismo, ¿ok? Como cada uno estamos por un sitio, en vez de estar juntos en los diferentes monasterios, pues el IMI es como lo que nos abarca a todos básicamente, y es desde gracias al IMI y especialmente a Venerable Dancho que ponen toda esta energía en marcha para organizar estas jornadas de oración siguiendo los deseos, los consejos de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que por cierto también quiero comunicar que ya le han puesto la segunda dosis de su vacuna. Fue creo que ayer me dijeron, y tanto a él como a Roger ya les han puesto a los dos, entonces supongo que a su santidad el Dalai Lama también, porque fue por unas fechas muy próximas, entonces bueno, pues algo para regocijarnos, ¿vale? Y bueno, sin más, vamos a hacer la práctica, ¿vale? Vamos a empezar. Estamos unos momentitos en silencio, si os parece. Y contactamos con el sufrimiento de los seres, que al contemplar ese sufrimiento nos dé la energía para transformar nuestra mente en la bondad, en la compasión y esforzarnos en desarrollar esas cualidades, así como la sabiduría que comprende la ausencia de identidad, y de esa forma poder ir avanzando en el camino y llegar a tener los medios que nos capacitan poder socorrer a los seres, igual que su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Geshe Lamsan, nuestros diferentes maestros nos guían con esa sabiduría y compasión y paciencia y generosidad, que nosotros podamos desarrollar esas cualidades para poder aliviar el sufrimiento de los seres, que es inimaginable, tanto el sufrimiento como los seres. Entonces, con ellos en el corazón y Y con ese sentimiento en nuestro corazón podemos imaginar que están a nuestro alrededor. Piensa en tu padre, tu madre, estén o no en este mundo. Así como las personas con las que tienes más afinidad las podemos visualizar detrás de nosotros. Aquellas con las que tenemos dificultades, pero que no son tan diferentes a nosotros, están igualmente abrumadas por los mismos engaños, controladas por los mismos tiranos. Los engaños pues están enfrente de nosotros. Todos desean felicidad. Nos rodean todos los seres de los diferentes reinos de existencia. Y juntos y por ellos especialmente hacemos esta práctica. Y apreciando la bondad del Buda, nuestros maestros, que se manifiesta como Guru Chenrezig, enfrente de nosotros, que encarna todo el Buda, Dharma y Sangha. Abrimos nuestro corazón para recibir su influencia inspiradora al tomar refugio. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharma Kaya. Entonces ahora cuando recitamos el mantra de Chenrezig podemos visualizar que Chenrezig viene a nuestra coronilla y también una réplica de Chenrezig se sitúa en la coronilla de cada uno de los seres. Y al recitar el mantra desde las sílabas Rin, su corazón, potente néctar y luz desciende sobre nosotros y sobre cada uno de los seres, impregnándonos totalmente de sus cualidades de bondad, compasión, sabiduría y esa energía luminosa limpia todos los oscurecimientos que tenemos, especialmente para realizar la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, elimina la actitud egocéntrica y todos los engaños. Entonces piensa que especialmente al recitar el mantra, cómo llega esa energía pues a los que están enfermos, a los que han perdido la vida, a los familiares que han perdido algún ser querido, los que están en los reinos inferiores, a los que están padeciendo cualquier tipo de dificultad, ya sea en este mundo de humanos o en otros reinos de existencia. Y recitamos juntos el mantra unas cuantas veces y luego en silencio. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum,
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Piensa que tantos tus oscurecimientos y negatividades, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica, el aferramiento al yo, así como en todos los seres, se ha erradicado con esta energía de la compasión de Guru Chenrezig. Así como los miedos, las negatividades, el karma negativo, todos los engaños. Y hacemos esta oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, el gran Bodhisattva, para que cesen todas las condiciones desfavorables, especialmente las presentes ahora debido a la pandemia y cualquier tipo de condición desfavorable para la felicidad de los seres, tanto la felicidad temporal como para el logro de la felicidad de la iluminación. Recitamos la oración. Si quieres puedes, venerable Fabio, he visto que podías compartir, pues si quieres comparte la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo, que en principio Rinpoche aconseja que la miremos cuando recitemos la oración.
Voy a ver si ahora
ya
me
poco
dejan
a poco
compartir.
Ah, ¿ahora no te dejan? Antes sí que podías.
Sí, pero yo creo que ha sido un descuido. A ver, ¿me deja
Bueno,
compartir?
Pues vale. Es ok, ¿ves? Mira, nos han oído.
Yo soy desde el principio.
Entonces, vale. Vale, bueno, pues entonces tú mismo vas a avanzar, nos servimos de la pantalla para recitar la oración, ¿vale? Ok, vamos allá. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados, ¿dónde están los encarnados? No ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente y por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. La segunda repetición, puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente y por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida y una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas y el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida y una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas, por el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. A ver. Y ahora piensa, perdón un momentito, que me falta una cosa. Un momento. Que no tengo a mano la... Ok, maybe aquí. Vale, un momentito. Entonces, ahora hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig, recitando: oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces pensamos, ahora visualizamos que Guru Chenrezig, en la coronilla de cada uno de los seres, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en los seres, se absorbe también en nosotros. Y al fundirse en nuestra mente, disipa totalmente, todos los oscurecimientos de nuestra mente se erradican por completo. Y permanecemos con esta unificación con la Sagrada Mente, saboreando la mente de la compasión, el amor, la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig. Y nos disponemos a proteger a esta mente, a reforzarla, cultivarla en todas nuestras acciones de cuerpo, palabra y mente. Y hacemos la dedicación. Venerable Drolma, ¿puedes empezar tú con la dedicación?
Que a través de estos méritos pueda todo el karma negativo que hemos creado colectivamente para vivir esta época degenerada se extinga, que pueda todo el sufrimiento y sus causas ser totalmente purificadas y que pueda transformarse la mente de todos los seres, incrementarse la compasión, el amor y la sabiduría.
Muchas gracias, venerable Fabio.
Sí, que por la fuerza de estos méritos podamos ir muy pronto a las enseñanzas de nuestros maestros y que los tratamientos y vacunas lleguen a todo el mundo cuanto antes.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Yo quisiera, además de las dedicaciones generales, quisiera hoy especialmente dedicar por 2 jóvenes, uno de 28 años, Silvio Acevedo, el otro Rodrigo Bolívar, uno de ellos también muy joven. Uno de ellos se suicidó ayer, imaginaros cómo debe estar su madre. El otro falleció al tomar una pastilla de estas que pensaba que iba a darle la felicidad y lo que le ha dado le ha quitado la vida. Entonces dediquemos por el buen renacimiento de estas 2 personas, también para que sus madres y todos los seres que están en situación similar puedan sobrellevar ese dolor, esa gran pérdida, y que bueno, que todos podamos vivir de acuerdo al buen corazón. También dedicamos para que vaya bien la operación de venerable Begoña y bueno, para que cese la pandemia, cesemos las causas para tener estas situaciones tan dolorosas, que puedan llegar los tratamientos a todos los seres y especialmente los sagrados deseos de nuestros maestros se lleven a cabo sin obstáculos y podamos efectivamente, como ha dicho venerable Fabio, que vuelvan pronto a dar enseñanzas presenciales y que visiten nuestros centros y podamos poner en práctica sus enseñanzas. Entonces, que la preciosa mente de la bodichita que no ha nacido surja y crezca y aquella que ya ha nacido pueda incrementarse más y más sin nunca degenerar. Que podamos lograr el estado de Buda para poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Entonces, ahora recitamos las oraciones de larga vida de su santidad y de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, pero incluyendo a todos los maestros, Geshe Lamsan, Lama Osel, Rinpoche, todos los maestros que nos guían hacia la iluminación de una u otra forma. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunath, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Pues muy bien, y os recuerdo que esta tarde a las 9 tenemos una nueva función a cargo de él, Gelon, del venerable Alden, es decir, Fabio, ¿vale? Venga, y nada, que vaya muy bien y ya está, ¿no? Hello again, Dancho.
Hello, Paloma. Hello, everyone.
Ver,
Lovely
no
to see you
Dancho,
all.
se queda como congelado, parece la imagen, ¿no? Ah, no,
Sí.
Iskia. Hola, Dancho. Ok. Hello again.
Hello again. Lovely to see, everyone in maroon on the screen. That's always nice. It's fashionable now, isn't it? Yes, Venerable Tom unfortunately couldn't make it. So I'm covering. Luckily, I was just about to leave the house to take the dog out. So and she said, I can't make it. So lovely to see you all again anyway. See, double dose now and this evening. Always lovely to see you all.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Take
Thank you
care
very much,
and
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Hasta luego, chicos. Gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone. It's Damchi again from the UK. And yeah, thank you very much if you joined us for Venerable Paloma. And if you were expecting Venerable Tsoma, I'm afraid she's unable to lead her session this morning. So I'm stepping in. So sorry if it's in English, if you're expecting the Italian version. So I hope it doesn't put you off too much and you still find benefit in the session nonetheless. Okay. If we just reset the mind and motivation. Take a few deep breaths. And consider why we're here. What is our motivation? Are we here because we're following our Guru's advice and engage in the practice? Are we here to practice in community with like-minded? Are we here because we just need a little break from the turbulence of the world? We may be here because of experiences relating to the suffering that comes with COVID. You may have had somebody, or have somebody in the family who's been ill, maybe passed on, or you suffered yourself. You may have been at the front line seeing all this suffering. You may have been affected in other ways, financially, and through that, mentally and emotionally, on many levels, wondering about how to pay bills. And if it can give you that little bit of peace and quiet, even just for the session, it's good. It's good to have a break from the stuff out there. I appreciate that, although it might not always feel like it, you're not the only one. The very difficult times we're living in. And but it's good to know that, while our suffering may be real to us, we're not the only ones. If we can look around, we can always find somebody who's just a bit worse off than us. So which, from a perspective point of view, can lighten the burden a little bit. Not that we should rejoice in other people's increased suffering, but it puts a perspective on. So if we recite, we sort of, I guess I'd like to recite a few verses from the King of Prayers. Helps add the motivation to acknowledge the community, to acknowledge our precious gurus and teachers, and to set bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, where we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you've had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And if you're joining us from a general path and do not wish to engage in deities as such, then please visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let it be filled with love and compassion. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam carrying compassion and purifying light nectar. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, right next to us or the furthest corners of the universe. And each light beam enters one of the sentient beings to the crown of their heads. It fills them with love, compassion, and purifying nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of all past lifetimes. Atom by atom, we're being cleansed and purified. And we can feel how the karmic dirt is being washed away, how we're feeling better, how we feel rejuvenated. How we rejoice in not suffering. And wish all mother sentient beings to experience the same bliss. We recognize it through body, speech, and mind that we have created conditions of suffering, not just for ourselves, but for other sentient beings as well. So we regret having done these deeds and promise to do better from now on. And having trust in the Guru, we invite our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they can experience the ultimate bliss and liberation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us, the Guru is pleased that so many took up the call and came for refuge. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. And with it, the activity of the purification that's taking place within ourselves, in the bodies of all other sentient beings. We're being filled with the light nectar of the Guru. And as we clear more and more of the the past karma away, we begin to glow atom by atom. And ultimately, we're filled with so much light that we can exchange light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings. And as more and more beings purify and join the exchange between the Guru and other sentient beings, we become one with the Guru, one with compassion, one with one another. And again, we recognize it's body, speech, and mind that caused all the problems. Om represents body, speech, and mind of our state that we were in. But we want to transform it to the aspect of the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. And to acquire compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padma, combining them in Om, is the goal so that we may benefit all sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra a few times out loud and then several rounds on breath, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru, how more and more beings join, how much brighter the light shines, not just from within us, but as collective, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and samsara, and shining bright as a beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Having shown remorse and having acknowledged and shown remorse for our past actions of past lifetimes that have created suffering, having asked forgiveness from all other sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings and recited many, many Mani mantras, maybe visualize ourselves now as pure and hold on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, ideally for at least for the duration of these prayers. Maybe now call upon the Great Mother Tara, as recommended by His Holiness, and to clear away all obstacles. And we visualize the Great Mother in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from our body. Again, each light being finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings to clear away all individual obstacles these beings may face. And again, we remember that Om represents the holy aspect of the Mother Tara, body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. May we recite these mantras, not just for the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings, but maybe also dedicate the recitation to the long life of His Holiness. Om Tare Tudare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tudare Om Tare Tudare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tudare Om Tare Tudare Ture Soha. Having purified ourselves and removed all obstacles that may arise during the practice, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have time for 3 recitations, and again, if you can, recite as many as you possibly can. But if you can't, just the quantity is of less importance than the intention and the purity of your motivation. So it's better to recite one with a pure heart than many just sort of rattling them down like you do your times table, sort of rather than just habitually. So make sure you connect with your prayers, and we're doing 3 recitations. So we can dedicate each recitation to one to body, one to speech, one to mind. If you have more time, you may also go through the 6 realms, either one for each realm or collectively, 3 per realm. Whatever works best for you and is allowed within your time. May we dedicate these the following prayer to the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond or just facing the border, may they be reborn under favorable conditions. May those who have experienced hardships by whatever source, be it COVID or other forms of suffering. May they be restored to a state of happiness that is free from suffering and be given whatever resources are required to achieve that state. May we be the cause of them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind, if radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, really from the depth of your heart, with the purest of intention, visualize now how, with this final recitation, all the root seeds that create suffering or give rise to suffering are being destroyed. Right, the tiniest of seeds. We'll try not to leave any out, and so that suffering may not arise again. And then it makes it much easier to deal with the tidying up, cleaning up the branches and things like that. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if we visualize now that our prayer has taken effect, and we always keep looking out, in case we see something and before, in case we miss something. Could well be, when we sometimes clean up in the garden, we put it back down. We tidy up everywhere, and then we take the back away and go, oh God, we forgot to do something under the back. So again, we carry on. We keep tidying up, and also until we really see the final result. The same, but when we take antibiotics, we don't just take one and then go like, yeah, that'll do. we have to finish the course, and sometimes we have to tweak the dosage or may have to slightly extend it, depending how resistant the infection is that we're dealing with. So, but in the meantime, we always rejoice in the advances that are being made, you know, and yeah, and we can keep on focusing on the good. You know, it makes it easier to deal with the other aspects that way. So if we let's have a quick look for a minute. So if we make our dedications, maybe dedicate to the benefit of our mother sending beings. May our mother sending beings live a long and healthy life, meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but other traditions as well, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies and giving teachings and serving the community in other ways. May the Sangha live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from virtuous friend, and this in all future lifetimes. We dedicate to the lay community for supporting the Sangha so diligently, by offering expertise, skills, and time and finances to ensure that projects can come off the ground, centers run, and events take place. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the precious Sangha and the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the precious gurus who have guided us along the way. In particular, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama has been a constant beacon of compassion to all of us, advocating dialogue over violence. You know, in a turbulent world, he shines like a bright beacon to all of us. May His Holiness be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. And also Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great vision of engaging us in this particular practice during these difficult times, to make sure that we as practitioners don't just recite for ourselves hidden away, but that we actually engage with the public and be of service to the public and all sentient beings. And that has brought us as a community much closer together. May Lama Zopa wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from his guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to these merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise in Guru, may that which has risen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shinkam Di Pendang Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi Shape Site Badu Thank you Hochi Tup Tsul Chang Sing Yam Gyang Gelwe Tenzing Kempelwe Kunzo Dog Po Tse Chok Chung Kwe Lek Mun Tu Padak Sok Dulje Gundu Shapten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. And again, thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much. I see Venerable Lucia's there. Hello, Venerable. How are you?
Venerable Dencho.
Yes, lovely to see you.
Love to see you again.
It seems like only
good connection. Good connection.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see you.
You is in Australia.
No, I'm in the UK.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, but hopefully France soon. We have to see, depending what the travel restrictions do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Italy.
Yes.
Italy.
Are you at Lama Tsongkhapa?
Lama Tsongkhapa, yes.
Oh, wonderful. You know Venerable Clive?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope he has
sure.
acclimatized better to the weather. I know when he first came over to Italy, he didn't like the heat. He was like, oh, too hot. Do send him my regards.
Maybe you can.
I will do my best. The moment we're allowed to travel again, I will come and visit.
Okay.
Venerable Lucia, I hand over to you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
All the best. All the best for you.
Same to you.
Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti. Non so se c'è qualcuno, non vedo nessuno al momento, però magari c'è qualcuno e allora facciamo la pratica insieme questa mattina, come ogni sabato, questa opportunità piccola di mezz'ora per stare insieme. E quindi questa mattina ci siamo alzati, magari stanchi, magari con delle difficoltà, però siamo ancora vivi e come dice il venerabile Lama Zopa, è un miracolo essere ancora a vita. Ci sono tantissime cause intorno a noi che ci possono appunto togliere questa preziosa rinascita che noi abbiamo. Il grande sovrano Avalokitesvara, con la sua grande compassione, ha benedetto il suo nome proprio perché gli esseri possono essere liberi da tutte le paure. Quindi noi siamo così fortunati che abbiamo incontrato i Tathagata, abbiamo generato fede in loro e possiamo praticare e cambiare la nostra attitudine egocentrica, che è la causa di tutti i nostri problemi, in un'attitudine, diciamo, aperta ad ascoltare gli altri. Ascoltare è un'attitudine molto profonda, bisogna fare spazio per sentire gli altri, quindi ci mettiamo a ascoltare con un'attitudine di aiuto per poter sentire qualcosa che ci accomuna, perché noi esseri senzienti siamo tutti uguali, desideriamo la felicità e non desideriamo nemmeno la più piccola della sofferenza. Quindi adesso, questa mattina, facciamo la pratica insieme e generiamo questa attitudine di amicizia nei nostri confronti e nei confronti di tutti i 7 miliardi di esseri senzienti, compresi anche gli animali, che andiamo a un numero infinito, perché ci troviamo tutti nella stessa situazione. Abbiamo gli stessi organi, gli stessi aggregati, abbiamo gli stessi sentimenti. Quindi i nostri maestri ci invitano a generare un sentimento di affetto nei nostri confronti, perché noi insieme a tutti gli infiniti esseri siamo i primi a riconoscere la prima nobile verità della sofferenza. Quindi, ecco, generiamo dentro di noi un cuore caldo, un cuore che riconosce con empatia come noi siamo vasi comunicanti con gli altri, e quindi generiamo questa la nostra motivazione. si dice che la motivazione più eccelsa sia quella appunto di eliminare tutte le nostre cause della sofferenza e invece potenziare tutte le cause per la liberazione dalla sofferenza e quindi tutte le virtù. Ecco, ora prendiamoci un pochino di tempo per visualizzare nello spazio davanti a noi la nostra guida spirituale nell'aspetto della luce come noi vogliamo. E intorno al nostro maestro spirituale possiamo vedere Buddha Sakyamuni, Lama Tsongkhapa con i suoi discepoli, tutti i lama del lignaggio di Manjushri, Asanga. Possiamo pensare che tutto lo spazio è coperto da esseri santi che ci stanno osservando. Nostro padre a destra, nostra madre a sinistra, infiniti esseri sono con noi che fanno insieme a noi questa pratica. Prendiamoci qualche minuto per focalizzare la nostra motivazione. Possiamo vedere come noi siamo solo un'unica persona, gli altri sono infiniti e hanno come noi gli stessi desideri e desiderano le stesse cose. Quindi in confronto agli infiniti esseri noi siamo solo un'unica persona. Quindi chi è più importante? Facciamo questa differenza. La felicità di tutti questi infiniti esseri o solo la nostra è importante di felicità? Sicuramente la felicità degli infiniti esseri è molto più importante della nostra unica sofferenza. Ora, dal profondo del nostro cuore prendiamo rifugio nelle nostre guide spirituali e nel nostro maestro. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota carezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità delle meditazioni e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Sentiamo che i nostri maestri ci offrono il rifugio, la protezione. come ci offrono la protezione i nostri maestri, ci offrono la protezione che significa che noi dobbiamo stare attenti a come ci comportiamo con noi stessi e con gli altri. Quando disturbiamo qualcuno, ecco che non c'è più protezione nella nostra mente. E quindi i maestri, benché ci possono proteggere, non lo possono fare perché siamo primi noi a non stare attenti e quindi danneggiamo gli altri. Danneggiare gli altri non possiamo più avere rifugio, anche se i nostri maestri sono pieni d'amore e compassione con noi, però siamo noi che mettiamo un ostacolo al rifugio. Quindi ora pensiamo che noi stiamo facendo del nostro meglio, quindi è chiaro, è normale che noi possiamo sbagliare, che possiamo ripetere gli errori, ma no, questo non è l'importante, che noi diciamo è come una ginnastica, l'importante è che noi non ci arrendiamo e continuiamo a ripetere, a cercare di migliorarci. Quindi immaginiamo che per la grande compassione Chenrezig rispetto al nostro maestro viene nella nostra testa e diventa piccola piccola come una sfera di luce, entra al chakra della nostra testa e scende lungo il canale centrale, il nostro corpo psichico, viene alla gola e poi scende e va fino al nostro cuore. E nel nostro cuore, ecco, lì si ferma e si unisce alla nostra mente. Infiniti raggi di luce si emanano dal nostro petto, dal nostro cuore e vanno a toccare il cuore, il continuum di tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti dei sei reali. Pensiamo che siamo diciamo in unione con la mente del nostro maestro Chenrezig e quindi facciamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mentre recitiamo il mantra pensiamo che questi raggi purificano e guariscono tutti quelli che sono i disagi di tutti gli esseri, in particolare in questo momento per tutte le persone che sono malate e tutte le persone che in questo momento stanno morendo, che sono morte. Pensiamo che questi raggi di luce coprono tutto l'intero spazio e vengono completamente toccati dall'amore, dalla compassione, dalla saggezza della mente del nostro guru, insieme al nostro desiderio di fare qualche cosa per loro, di beneficiarli. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Adesso recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, così preziosa, così potente. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita, che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo, mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, di quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati di 80.000 tipi di interferenze, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate. Possono il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru, dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Ancora, possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze e dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, possono il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru dei 3 gioielli, per il potere dei Dakini e protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Adesso facciamo la dedica, le dediche finali a causa dei meriti che abbiamo generato con la nostra motivazione. Allora dedichiamo i benefici di aver recitato queste preghiere, il mantra, aver fatto richieste ai Buddha, le dedichiamo tutti questi meriti accumulati che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione, io stessa da sola. Sua Santità Dalai Lama, la preghiera di lunga vita. Nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig, ti ringrazio, ti prego di rimanere sino alla fine del samsara. preghiera di lunga vita della Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore, vivi a lungo. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione, che non ha ancora sorta, in noi sorgere e svilupparsi, e quella che è già sviluppata possa non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possa io diventare rapidamente un Guru Buddha, guidare a quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti e di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Losandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Dedichiamo tutti i meriti a tutte le persone che lavorano nel campo medico e tutte le persone che hanno a che vedere con la prendersi cura di questo, in questo momento della pandemia che appunto è un momento estremamente delicato e per tantissime persone che hanno perso i loro cari, le famiglie, eccetera. Quindi per tutti loro dedichiamo perché ci sia, ecco, dentro la loro mente cogliere quello che sta accadendo senza che si generi così tanta disperazione, così tanta sofferenza. Per quanto a lungo esisterà lo spazio e fino a quando ci saranno esseri senzienti, fino ad allora possa esserci anch'io per poter eliminare le sofferenze del mondo. Quindi dedichiamo così e cerchiamo di rigioire di tutto quello che possiamo fare, anche delle più piccole cose, che possono sembrare piccole, ma come un seme piccolo da un grande albero nell'universo, nel piccolo c'è il grande, quindi cerchiamo di essere contenti e rigioire di questo. Vi auguro una buona giornata a tutti quanti e tutto il meglio per le vostre vite, la vostra pratica. Grazie. Ok. Ciao Tenzin Deki. Buongiorno. Good. Very good to see you again. This is Karma.
Come stai?
Bene, grazie. Tu?
Bene, grazie.
Bene. Ok. Buona giornata, buona pratica.
Sì, buona giornata. Ciao.
Buona giornata a te, ciao.
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 So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining me in reciting this prayer today for the pacification of pandemic. This prayer has especially been suggested by our teachers for creating harmony and peace in the world. So my name is Tenzin Deki and I am from Lama Zopa Institute, Italy. And so let's begin today's session. So let's take a few moments to settle our body and mind in its natural state. First, we can bring our body to its natural state by taking an upright posture, arms relaxed. We can release any tightness or tension we feel in any part of the body by taking 3 long and deep breaths. Then we can bring our mind in the present moment by letting go of all the thoughts of the past and future, any worries, plans, concepts, any past painful memories. We can all let them go gently with each broad breath. And we can bring our awareness to the present moment. Now we can start focusing our mind on our breath. Either we can focus our attention on the sensation of breath at the level of abdomen, the rising and falling of the belly, or the sensation of breath at the entrance of the nostrils. While focusing our attention, if we get distracted by any thoughts, then we can gently release them with each out breath. It's very important to relax and not feel a sense of tightness when distracted by the thoughts. So relax, release the thought, and return to the object of meditation. So let's try to develop this attention for a few minutes. Now, with this mind that is more calm, focused, and relaxed, we can start to develop a positive motivation for today's session. We can reflect that we have a precious human rebirth, a human life which is complete with all the freedoms and endowments. We have the opportunity now to develop our good qualities, our potential to reach the state of perfection. We have this mindset which is not caught up in the 8 worldly concerns, in the meaningless activities of this life. But this precious opportunity we have is not going to last forever. It's very difficult to get, but it is also easy to lose. It quickly passes away like a flash of lightning in the sky. Because death is certain and the time of death is uncertain. With each breath that we take, we are coming closer and closer to the time of death. And as we can see that we are using most of our time in the meaningless activities of this life, and also creating many negative actions which will bring suffering results in future. So by investigating in this way, we can see that it's not the best way to use our life. We have this incredible potential to develop our good qualities, to really develop a calm and peaceful mind so that we can benefit ourselves and also all other people who are around us. We can bring to mind the suffering of the people all around us, especially right now in the world, the suffering of pandemic. People are facing incredible, tremendous hardships due to loss of livelihood, sickness, and their daily life is a struggle. So by contemplating the suffering of the beings, we can start to develop a sense of compassion for them, a genuine concern that may all these beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Because developing this sense of compassion is a substantial cause for developing bodhicitta. And bodhicitta is the cause which leads to enlightenment. And the sense of compassion comes by thinking of the suffering of all beings. So we can see that all these beings around us, they are not obstacles on our path, but actually they are incredible aids who help us to reach the state of Buddhahood. They help us directly or indirectly, either being difficult or being kind. So let's develop a sense of altruism, a wish to develop our good qualities and to renounce the meaningless activities of this life in order to really reach the state of perfection for the benefit of ourselves and all the beings around us. So with this positive motivation in our mind, we can start visualizing Around us on the left side, our mother of this life. And on our right side, our father of this life. And surrounding us, our friends and relatives. And then surrounding them, the people we have difficulties with. And then in the outer circle, we visualize all the beings in this world, not only humans, but animals, the birds and the insects, all the innumerable animal sentient beings, and all the humans, all surrounding us as far as space, joining us today. Try to develop a sense of closeness to them and a sense of interdependence. Then we imagine in the space in front of us, Buddha Chenrezig, who sits on a white, brilliant lotus, who has a white colored body and shines with 5 colored light rays. He is the embodiment of all our gurus and teachers who have taught us the path of Dharma. He looks at us lovingly with eyes of compassion. Now, as we recite the mantra of Buddha of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize streams of white light and nectar radiating from the heart of Buddha Chenrezig and entering into our hearts, completely purifying us and removing all our sicknesses, problems, sufferings, the confusions, the hopelessness, and completely purifying all of these in the form of black smoke. And filling us with radiating golden light of good qualities and realizations on the path. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum.